Okay, ona. Honorable members, Madam Speaker.
Prayers.
Almighty God, who in infinite wisdom and providential goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of humanity, we beseech you to look upon with your abundant favor these your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important trusts in this land. Let your blessing descend upon them here assembled, and grant that they may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under their deliberation in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the good of those whose interests you've committed to their charge. Amen.
Item number 2, communication from the chair.
Honorable members, would wish to welcome you once again to today's sitting. The chairperson on Committee of Defense and Internal Affairs has invited all the members of TESO Parliamentary Group, Karamoja Parliamentary Group, Sebei, Acholi, and Lango, for them to be able to harmonize on the security matters of the area. But in that meeting, I would want General Velo to take a lead, especially on security matters. And if it means going on the ground, General Velo must take a lead. The leadership of the committees there, and my office will be represented by Charity, the Dean for UPDF. Let's get a lasting solution for whatever is happening in Karamoja, Sebei, Acholi, Lango, and the solution can be got by ourselves. We don't need external people to come and get a solution. Let's get a local solution for this issue. Let's harmonize. And this meeting should first take place tomorrow at 2 in the conference hall before I dispatch the team to different areas. Because when you, the leaders, speak, that's when the locals will understand. So I need the leaders to be the ones to harmonization. I want to thank everybody who has come. And yes, I've not finished on my communication, Commissioner. But anyway, since he has stood, the Commissioner, yes, you have a procedural matter. Members, I want to thank you for really always coming to the house. I'm humble when I see you people. Don't think I don't see you. Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, my procedural matter concerns your communication about security and the security situation in the country, Right Honorable Speaker, and particularly TESO and all other regions, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, about October last year while in the House here, and then the Right Honorable Speaker of Parliament, Jacob Olanya, made a ruling when I raised the procedural matter requesting the President of Uganda to come and give us as Parliament an update and a comprehensive update on the security situation in the country. I remember then the Right Honorable Speaker made a ruling that it is okay and is going to give us feedback as Parliament on when His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Uganda, will come and give us the update. And some of these things and the security issues would be sorted out because the roadmap of how things are going to be done would be very clear to Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, therefore, wouldn't it be procedural right for the House to get to know when this would happen from the side of government?
Thank you. We delegated this to executive to ensure that I know the members miss an interaction with the president. And it would be a nice one to have an interaction. We delegated it to the government chief whip, and maybe should be able to give us a feedback.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Consultations are still going on and feedback is coming. And because this is not a matter we just rush, we couldn't rush on the side of the president, considering the very many issues he was handling. But Right Honorable Speaker, I can assure you, the president is very, very, very much aware of the situation, and he will be updating Parliament once we finalize consultations on the same. And he will directly get in touch with you.
Honorable, it is not actually Parliament that needs to know the situation of security. Security, I mean the state of security of this country, and would be pleased if what Honorable Silwan is asking for, if he finds it not too big for him to handle. Yes, Catholic.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From your communication, I pray that General goes to that area in the capacity of a member of Parliament, not a full general. His record in Kasese is not very good. He commanded so badly.
He's actually a member of Defense Committee.
Defense Committee, but
yes,
I do pray that he doesn't run out of his cool the way he commanded Kasese, the people of Karamoja. Otherwise, we might get another disaster. And this is in a good spirit.
Yeah, it is actually in good spirit.
Yeah.
The members, you have something to say? Faith is a member of the committee and a member of the area.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to thank you for calling that meeting. We will be there as members of the Karamoja Parliamentary Group. I think my colleague should not be worried because we will be around, the representatives of the people. We will all be there.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And indeed, I will take that. You see, at the right time, he's among those who are going to answer very serious questions when things normalize in this country. Over the atrocities he committed, and he has to tell us who directed him, but he's just having a blanket cover because of the regime that is sitting
Maybe
here.
just for your information. Things be moving without even an armed guard. Things are normal.
No, right or no, Speaker, we can't say things are normal when even the members of Parliament are under incarceration for 6 months. They are at Chitalia. No investigations have taken place. You have given anyway some good support. Honorable, let me conclude this. You know, you have to defend the government, and I have to tell you your mistakes. And it helps you. because one time we will be this side, and we were this side one time, by the way. So, right, because we want to
know-
give, so, right now, Speaker, things are not
You
normal,
know-
but we must accept that we shall correct them.
Honorable, can you sit? The presumption of innocence under Article 28. We need the due process to take place. We also don't want our members just get out without really going through the due process, and would be happy for them to come out. And at the end of the day, there is no case, and would be glad to have our people. And let's not mix politics with the criminality. There are some people who are arrested who are criminals. There are those who are incarcerated because of politics. That's why the other time we had a request. Said those ones who have been incarcerated because of politics, we are requesting for a presidential pardon. But criminals are criminals. But if it is those ones on politics, we really request for a presidential pardon, and we have our people out here, but not criminals.
Just right, Honorable, there's something I wanted to put clear and straight. Right, Honorable Speaker, it will be very unfortunate if we continue condoning situations where a member stands on this floor, talks about a deputy army commander of this country, and he starts directing government on who to deploy and who not to deploy anywhere. I just want to assure a member that that's beyond him. That's the duty of government. We have a commanding chief, and perform their duties. I thank you.
What is the issue?
Right now, Speaker,
I already gave my response. I said General Elwelo is a member of the committee. I have powers to choose who should lead the committee. It is upon my powers.
right now, Speaker, most obliged. But again, we can, when you are giving comment and you have allowed us to give something or to add or to respond to your communication procedure, then the chief whip cannot gulag us here. He can't.
What was the
Whatever
chief
you are
whip?
saying, what I'm saying is on the floor of parliament. I was saying that let us pray, and you have given a very good response. So is it in order for the Honorable Chief Whip
You
to
know,
come out to continue gulagging me in this house?
the chief whip is under mandate to protect his members. I have given a ruling. General Elwelo will lead that team.
But he's insinuating as if he's the one who decided to
Can you
give the
sit
name to him.
down?
So please be careful.
Can you sit down?
Procedure.
Eh,
Procedure.
Honorable Seungu. Honorable Seungu. I thought you're on Lent. I thought this was a Lent period. Number one, Mukatuliki. Yes, matters of national importance. Can I have Christine Chankwansi? Is Christine here? If Christine is not there, Sebakali?
Procedure.
Yes, Bitek.
Right, Honorable Speaker. And submission that you did make. Pardon me for probably arriving late. I am a member of the Committee of Defense that has been delegated to handle effectively.
You've
and-
taken us back to what was rolled upon.
Pardon?
You've taken us back to what was rolled upon.
Oh,
You know the rules of this of this house. The rules, you cannot go back to what has already been ruled upon.
I didn't know you had ruled upon, but the procedural matter that I'm raising is pertinent to this issue.
I am under what rule?
78,
Pardon?
78 of our rules of procedure.
What does it say?
And the procedural matter I'm raising, right, Honorable Speaker, is this.
So what's your issue?
Oh, you've your wise ruling is to the effect that this House and the committee does proceed to Karamoja to investigate the murder in Karamoja. The same very committee that I sit on did go to Masaka, and the report has not seen the day's light. And today, we are still being sent on a wild goose chase in Karamoja and come out to pacify the same actions of this committee.
There is a leadership of the committee here, and she knows what is happening. Can I hear from the leadership?
The procedure, are not yet put the procedure matter I wanted to put. Is it procedurally right to engender an investigation on a matter of Karamoja, yet there's a pending report of that of Masaka?
So must we stop work of other areas because there is a report pending when people are dying? This is not correct. Yes?
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, issues of insecurity are scattered everywhere. And we deemed it important that we undertake a comprehensive investigation in different corners, like you assigned us. The committee will be going to Apa, the committee will be going to Karamoja, the committee will be going to Sebei region. And we thought that we would come up with a comprehensive report with regard to insecurities in the country. And my member is aware that we discussed that in our committee, so that we can, instead of bringing parts and pieces, let's bring a comprehensive report on the floor of Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
And members, for me to ask you to have a meeting before you go to the ground is for your own good as a committee. You need to meet the Karamojong team, hear from them, because the accusations left, right, center. Meet the TESO team, hear from them, meet the Sebei, meet the Acholi, and then you agree on a way forward. But when you start taking us back and forth, I don't think, you will have the report, a comprehensive report on security matters. And I'm also happy that the commission has requested that we want a statement on security matters, which is going to be handled. Yoweri?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm raising on an issue of national importance about land evictions of people from Untwetwe constituency, Changwanzi district. The land that I'm talking about was acquired by the late General Alonda Nyakairima. Whenever I but due to this present situation, I'm unable to control myself. I have to speak it. The widow is evicting people from Gayaza sub-county, Uni Parish, and the parish has 6 villages. That is Chere North, Chere East, Uni Central, Chikandwa, Chamulalama, and Bulyanzige. As I speak now, over 2,000 people have been evicted, and 200 households and total population of 2,000 have been evicted and rendered homeless in their country. The people who have been evicted were born and raised from there. Me and my colleague, the woman MP, we pray that the Ministry of Relief and Disaster Preparedness provide immediate relief in terms of food and shelter to the victims. 2, Ministry of Lands to compensate the affected people. And 3, Ministry of Security to interest itself and stop the land evictions and therefore restoring peace in the constituency. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, government. There is an eviction by somebody and has evicted about 2,000 people.
Right Honorable Speaker. It's a very touching situation, according to my colleague. So I'm going to look for the Minister of Lands, the Minister of Security, to urgently meet with the MPs and go on ground, and we'll report back to this house next week. But our major aim will be ensuring that indeed justice is served. On the issue of the Prime Minister and government coming in for the rescue and compensation, all this we shall need to do assessment, Honorable, and we are going to work closely with you and we ensure we arrest the situation.
We need to know the legal ownership of this land, and then justice must prevail, really. You cannot evict all those families and just leave the families there. And if you're saying these families have been there since 1990, what does the land law say? The Land Act, what does it say? So you need to handle that immediately and go to the locus with the area MPs. Adome, Frank.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. For purposes of record, I'm Adome Francis Lorica, Member of Parliament, Moroto Municipality. Honorable Speaker, I rise on matters of national importance regarding the deteriorating security situation in Karamoja. A lot has been said about security, but I want to inform this House that whatever has been mentioned does not in any way reflect the actual situation in Karamoja. At the moment, we are losing lives on a daily basis. Almost between 5 to 10 people lose their lives. We are losing cattle. And we are seeing less of government intervening. It is true the UPDF has tried here and there, but the unfortunate bit of it is they keep complaining about logistics. And when they say the logistics is available, they again complain that we don't have numbers. So I think we have, as Karamojons, we have seen it that the government does not have the actual will to pacify Karamoja region. And it's so unfortunate that this government has always found it fashionable to deploy in the neighborhood to protect lives of those in the neighboring countries and their property, and they leave the Karamojongs dying on a daily basis. So my prayer is for the government to wake up and realize that their primary function is to protect its citizens and their property, but not to protect the neighbors. It is good to cooperate internationally, but after you've sorted out the issues at home.
Information.
Honorable members, I thought it's just unfortunate that Frank came in late, but I thought I'd made a ruling in my communication.
Honorable
in
Speaker,
regard-
sorry.
Honorable Frank, please sit. I had made a ruling in regards to the insecurity in Karamoja, in Teso, in Sebei, Lango, Acholi, that is caused by cattle rustlers. And the meeting is there tomorrow at 2. And I'm happy Honorable Peter Gwang is here. He has been running up and down there with the same. So the meeting will be in the conference hall at 2 tomorrow. So all those with those issues of cattle rustling must attend that meeting, and we get a permanent solution to that issue. So Frank, that is.
It's true, Honorable Speaker, we are aware of that meeting, but I just wanted to inform this House that what we regard as cattle rustling is not actually what is happening on the ground. Because if you look at the activities, people's homes are burnt, houses are burnt, people are killed, and the cattle are left. Even in some cases, even the crowds, even the cattle are burnt. That means
That is what you're going to discuss in tomorrow's meeting, okay?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Can I have Paula Kamba?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand on a point of national importance. the government of Uganda acquired the land about 5 years ago to implement the project of standard gauge railway. Madam Speaker, many people were affected by this program, their land having been taken, but no compensation at all done by government. People's projects like schools, ponds, and health institutions. Speaker, very few of these PAPs have been compensated. Our health center, two of Nsinze, has not been compensated. Many projects like schools and fish ponds. And Madam Speaker, under Article 26 of the Constitution, government is supposed to compensate anybody whose land has been compulsorily acquired by government for purposes of implementing a government project to be compensated adequately and promptly. Madam Speaker, I'll take the information from Honorable Pachoto.
But why don't you give us your prayer?
So my prayer is for the government to come to this house and inform us of the risk of the PAPs for this project and the plan it has for compensating these PAPs, and as to whether a fresh valuation is going to be carried out, because I don't think that valuations that were undertaken 5 years ago is the same value of these properties. So, Madam Speaker, it is urgent that these people are compensated. I so pray.
Honorable Government Chief Whip, the project affected persons, the PAPs, need to be compensated for their land that government has compulsorily taken.
Right Honorable Speaker, my colleague Honorable Kamba, indeed in the prayers, said he prays a minister comes here and he brings an updated statement. All I know is around 50% of the people had already been compensated. We got budgetary constraints, and also there is a clearly provided for method of compensating or paying interest for evaluations which are already made by government. But I'm going to ensure that the Minister for Works comes here with an update to the House on the compensation for this project. I thank you, Right Honorable. If you could give us 2 weeks' time.
I'm giving you up to
because this
Wednesday.
Thank you, Right
I
Honorable.
am giving you
Much
up to Wednesday to give the House a response
Much obliged.
on the compensation. Odur?
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm raising this matter under Rule 49. The environmental police has been in Lira and in the Greater Lango. They have also extended to Teso, Acholi, enforcing on the wetlands. The unfortunate bit, Madam Speaker, is that they are burning the rice fields, they are slashing down the tomatoes and the food crops that have been planted. I know that 2 wrongs doesn't make it right, but Madam Speaker, we are coming from a dry spell, and this enforcement has been selectively against people who are growing food crops in the swamps in northern part of the country. Before I came here, Madam Speaker, the whole of last week, I took trouble to drive on other major routes the one going through Masaka, the one that is going to Port Poto. I have found people are growing all sorts of things and activities on the swamps. And our people are now putting us under pressure to ferry them from northern Uganda to go to areas where it is allowed for people to degrade the wetlands without any sanctions. Madam Speaker, the reason I'm raising this and my prayers is that, first of all, these people must be cautioned and allowed to remove the food crops that they have grown. Because we are coming from a dry spell, people do not have food. Let them be given a grace period of 3 months or 6 months to take away their rice and tomatoes, and then later on, they do not come back. 2, let the ministry bring a comprehensive list here. We know wetlands where foreigners are allowed to do whatever they want, wetlands where big people are allowed to degrade, so that all Ugandans can actually come and go there. Otherwise, this selective enforcement that usually begin from the north must actually stop. I will take information from the 2 colleagues. With your permission, Madam Speaker.
Information.
Thank you, colleague, for allowing my information. Honorable Speaker, I want to add my voice to my colleague and the information I want to give him.
You're from which region?
I'm from Eastern Kibuku. Right Honorable, what is happening in the north is the same issue happening in the east. It is my prayer as well, as I give information to my colleague, that there should be process of transition. So people have been surviving from the wetland, and we must conserve the wetland. But the way to get out people from the wetland is where we are failing. Right Honorable, people in Chibuku, people in Bukedi, so a place like Bukedi is like we are in wetland. Or everywhere, even my house is like I'm in wetland. So if they don't give us time and we have a created end up in IDP. So the information I want to give my colleague is that as the government trying to get people out of the wetland, we should go on slowly, find alternative enterprise for people which can help them survive other than the rice, like for some of us who are rice growers. And also, there should have been a way, like a place like a Kibuku, they would even make us be known for rice.
Thank you.
Give us schemes, people produce rice, and we serve the country.
Thank you for the information. Madam Speaker, allow me, my chairperson of the committee is here.
Madam,
I don't want to deny her.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The issue of wetlands is known everywhere, but I just wanted to make a clarification that it is not done selectively, because I've had complaints from my area where they've cleared coffee in Bugonji sub-county. They've cleared the coffee, they've cleared everything. And when you say that it is selectively done, but we are also part and parcel of the whole system. So, but the issue is giving them prior notice.
Maybe I could first find out. The NEMA Act, is it drafted selectively? Is the NEMA Act drafted selectively?
Thank you. Madam Speaker, we are not far from where I here. You see on Masaka Road, rice being grown up to the roadside. Yes. And it has never been slashed. Yes. It has never been burned. And the people are just. So I take your information in good faith, but there are a class of people that appears to be protected, that they are free to degrade the wetlands as if we don't have a law in force. And my prayer is
members, I think what we need to do is, one, a transitional process of getting out those people who have grown crops in those areas. But also the people must respect the law. Once these people get out their crops, they should be advised not to repeat the same thing. Remember, we are trying to preserve the environment, and it's upon us all to do that. So government, there is a procedural matter. Chigul also wants to say something. This is the same
Right
thing, you're
Honorable
all from
Speaker.
Busoga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, the issue of wetlands, when you talk about it, we who come from Busoga end up almost staying hungry without well-managed wetlands. Right, Honorable Speaker, there has been a process of eviction of people from the wetlands. However, the procedural matter I'm raising on, wouldn't it be procedurally right for government to use the existing laws and sit down the communities, when you look at our area in Busoga, in the districts of Bugweri, neighboring Uganda, that the biggest swamp, the Igogero swamps, people have been evicted all from that area. Wouldn't it be procedure right for government to first sit with these people, give them information, and the next livelihood survival mechanism before these people are told that you are moving out of this wetland, and then also tell them how we can use our wetlands constructively. Because, Right Honorable Speaker, wetlands have not started today. Wetlands have been with us ever since time immemorial. So wouldn't it be procedure right
Members,
for government to guide the population, and especially the people living in areas with wetlands? Let me finish the procedure matter, then you will give information maybe to the House. Would it be procedure
and
right?
all of you who are standing are from Busoga.
Yes,
And
Right
you
Honorable
you are talking for and on behalf of Busoga.
Right, Honorable Speaker, Basoga MPs are voted on their own rights. Right, Honorable
Honorable
Speaker.
members, I've got a procedural matter. I want the minister here to come and explain why the discriminative kind of action that is taking place, if at all it is happening. No, we need to find out that it is happening. So he will come and explain if there is a discriminative action being taken. But the issues of wetland is a serious matter.
In addition, Madam
You will
Speaker,
find even my own home in my village is a wetland. And that's where all my parents are buried. So that issue is a very serious issue. So let the minister come and explain.
Madam Speaker. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm really happy even Honorable Jonathan realized and committed that it is very important to protect our wetlands. That's why he was saying, give them a transition period. So I'm really happy to see that all of us are in this fight together. Right Honorable Speaker, in Mitoma, they destroyed my crops, which were in the wetlands. Right Honorable Speaker, each district has an environmental officer, each district. And each one of those officers lands are protected. And the government is determined on this matter. But also, Right Honorable Speaker,
Clarification.
also, Right Honorable Speaker,
Clarification.
it's very, very important to note that government is working out a method of alternative methods, of alternative livelihoods. For example, for Kibuku, for Bukedi, Parisa, fish farming is what the president has proposed. So I request colleagues also to put in your input so that we look at the different methods or the different livelihood alternatives for your area. But like you've guided, I'm going to talk to the minister.
Information.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Honorable.
I'm going to talk to the
Honorable,
Minister of Environment
Information.
in 2 weeks to come here and give a comprehensive national report in terms of protecting the wetlands. I thank you.
You see, the people's food is being slashed. That's unbanned. People harvest their food. This must stop until people harvest their food. Because there will be hunger if we don't stop with this. And then we'll ask these people not to grow again. Government chief whip, slashing, cutting off people's food must stop. Because you're not going to provide everybody food. Let them harvest their food. And you cannot start talking about alternative process also that you're giving Kibuku fish farming. Who has told you they are fish farmers? Those ones that grow rice. They grow rice. And if you're giving an irrigation scheme, for instance, when I must thank you, you gave me irrigation scheme in Bukedea, but you've given in one village. What about it is a hollow district. What about the hollow area? So we must be thinking aloud. Dr. Biakatonda.
Procedure. Procedure.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Procedure, Madam Speaker.
Paul, you had a point. I gave you time to talk. Okay? Let other people also raise their issues.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For the record, I'm Biakatonda Abdu, Workers Member of Parliament. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm rising on a very, very important issue of national importance regarding workers in Uganda. Right Honorable Speaker, we have laws that handle disputes in Uganda, laws that do performance appraisal in Uganda, and disciplinary procedures. Right Honorable Speaker, the country was shocked on Tuesday. Arrested one of Angela Baterana, the executive director of Mulago, arbitrarily when he was in the intensive care unit on the line of duty. Right Honorable Speaker, when we are talking of quality services, when we are talking of service delivery, we must ensure that the rights of the workforce are protected. Right Honorable Speaker, this is one of the few highly trained consultants in the country with a trajectory record of performance. He came up with a women's hospital in Mulago. He's the first person who brought initiated an oxygen plant in Uganda. Previously, we were getting oxygen from Kenya. He has so far built 110 apartments for the workforce. Recently, in the COVID-19, Mulago is known to have actually subsided on the charge. As Honorable Speaker, this arrest be condemned. And Right Honorable Speaker, too, we need an independent investigation into this matter so that at least we unleash the underlying causes of this. 3,
is the person in court already?
no. He's under custody for 3 days. I've been there trying to tell them I'm a credible surety.
He has been released on bond.
But after
Maybe we need to hear from the minister.
Yes. Right Honorable Speaker, I pray we need an independent investigation because an investigation must have Auditor General's report. 2, let's actually see justice be done. Then rights of workers must be observed. Because in this instance, 1, you should actually ask somebody to appear with his lawyer. If he's unionized, then let him appear with a member of the union. And the procedure real, but this business really is scaring people. That's why we shall have the brain drain going on, where people prefer to go and work out of the country. And yet this is a person who is destined to bring this institution to a national status.
We are discussing something that is before the courts of law.
No, it's not in the courts of law, for your information, Madam Speaker.
Okay, before the law. Not, let
it is
me
under
remove the court.
monitoring unit. But even this, I think the
No,
manner.
it is before the law.
No.
He was arrested, was in police, was released on police bond.
Right, Honorable
Why
Speaker.
don't we leave investigations to move
in the police, was for
on if he has no problem, the law will, if he has a problem, the law will take its course. Why should we? There is independence of this institution.
Right, Honorable Speaker, he has grievances with the investigators. And actually, it doesn't, any nominate cannot actually have justice in this matter.
How did you know that he has
I am aware, Right Honorable Speaker. I have recordings. Yes.
You're debating in speculation.
Right Honorable Speaker,
Yes?
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm constrained to put my honorable colleague on order. But Honorable Speaker, when you're speaking in this house, our rules are very clear that the speaker will be listened to in silence. And also, when you have made a ruling on an item or an issue, right, Honorable Speaker, is the honorable member in order to continue arguing and debating when you have already made a ruling, and moreover, not listening to you in silence.
You see, when Honorable Seungu, Honorable Seungu, when you moved away from being a teacher to a lawyer, I thought you had changed. Now I'm surprised you can still argue like that. The acting law.
Thank you.
Acting law.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Lop is running late. He'll be joining us, but he asked me in the meantime to warm his seat. Madam Speaker, the side on which I sit has for a long time raised issues of human rights violations, arbitrary arrests, people taken in drones without
We
due
have
regard to
a
the law.
paper to that respect from law.
Yes, Madam, I just want to make a connection.
No, I have
I-
already made a ruling on what was mentioned. We have a paper from law on that issue.
Madam Speaker, if you would
Thank
allow
you.
me in a minute
Next,
to finish the
Lomo.
procedural matter, Madam Speaker, in just a minute,
Anyone?
with your permission. Madam Speaker, I wanted to emphasize, first of all, to say that it's important that the law is followed regardless of who it is. We have talked about our two members, and Madam, you made a ruling and said, let the law take its course. Of course, on our end, we have said the Honorable Segirinya, Honorable Sewanyana, can we have investigations expedited? Yes, they are before courts of law. Can we quicken the process? And our colleague is raising a similar matter about somebody that he knows. And we want to fight for his rights too.
Honorable
So
Joel.
our call, Madam
Honorable
Speaker, is
Joel.
for equity across.
Joel, the paper was delivered to this house on those issues. Which paper we referred to the Committee of Human Rights. And unfortunately, or fortunately enough, you decided not to be in the house. So that issue is being handled by the Committee of Human Rights. On the matters of the signatures, I have even asked that same committee to even go there and interact with them. I have personally called the Attorney General. I personally called the DPP and asked them what is happening. So the matter is being handled. It is unfortunate you're not in the house. Honorable Lomo. Jara.
Right Honorable Speaker, I rise up to raise a matter of national importance in regards to the security situation in Gulu City. Right Honorable Speaker, for the past few weeks, there have been increasing cases of unknown gunmen waylaying and robbing people in Gulu City and the neighboring districts. There have also been increasingly reported cases of attacks by thugs, especially in the night. Right Honorable Speaker, the most affected category of people by these armed robbers are the border cyclists who have lost several motorbikes and a few reported cases of loss of lives, especially in the areas neighboring Gulu City. Madam Speaker, these criminal acts, including the attacks by thugs, commonly referred to as ago, have sent fear and panic and greatly affecting economic activities and the safety of the citizens of Gulu City at night. Honorable Speaker, I would like to thank the RCC and the police in Gulu for the efforts being made
to salvage the situation. However, Madam Speaker, it is sad to note that the efforts of the police is greatly affected because of serious challenges, including their inability to respond timely when called upon. As I speak right now, Right Honorable Speaker, 4 district police commanders, and those are for Gulu City, Gulu District, Badege Laibi City Division, and Pejelaro City Division, are all sharing one old vehicle, a vehicle that has been in use for over 10 years and already in a terrible state. Right Honorable Speaker, this is not right and renders the police ineffective even when they have the goodwill to ensure the safety and the security of the citizens. It is therefore my prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, that the Minister of Internal Affairs urgently responds to the Gulu City situation and provide additional vehicles to these police commanders and the police force so they can effectively work with the local leaders to deal with this very disturbing situation. Thank you very much.
Government, thank you, Honorable Jara.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable Ojala raises an important issue, but also where we have to be very cautious. Honorable Ojala and colleagues, let district or any other government officials not to want to indirectly lobby for services, for what, through MPs, instead of going to their superiors. I'm sure whenever you reach most of them, they say, no, I don't have a car, I don't have a car. But I mean, these are issues they should handle with their ministers because they know the process is properly. But putting that aside, I'm going to ensure the Minister of Internal Affairs, Right Honorable Speaker, is informed so that he can come here and explain, but also go to Guru and handle the situation. But I want to reiterate, police commanders shouldn't have excuses for not doing their work. They should go and deliver. I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We must take this issue of security very seriously. Government Chief, we ask your ministers of security to make a follow-up on that and internal affairs. We shouldn't just sweep it like the way it is, but let these issues be handled. And we find the culprits to the effect. Yes, Mukatuliki.
Speaker, right now, Speaker, I'm raising a procedural matter. Right now, Speaker, these members of parliament, including me, are representatives of people and their constituencies, and the largest extent, districts. When members discover anomalies in their districts, by the time they come to the floor of parliament, the best routes and options have failed to take course. Now, if a member comes on the floor of parliament, I've done it before, and it states that his district or constituency is lacking vehicles for police and what have you. He's giving the position of what is happening after failure of other options. So is it procedure okay, all correct, for the government chief whip, who is also a member of parliament of a particular constituency in Ankole, to come in and say that members should not come here to ask for all beg, yet they know to beg things, all what has failed, yet they know these people are supposed to go to different entities. These police officers, as no speaker, have an oath of allegiance to their bosses. Once he asks for these things and they fail, they write letters, they don't get answers. The last option is a member of parliament because he sits in the biggest institute of government, which is the National Assembly. So is it procedure okay for the honorable member? Who is the name of people, by the way? And the government whip is only supposed to whip members here to say that members are making mistakes. They should leave those people to go to their particular ministries to ask. And yet even the bench is not full today. Yet you have been complaining about the same problem of ministers not entering appearance here. Leave alone those who have come to them, they will disappear for another longer period.
The way I
Thank you.
like the way you spend people's time. Next item.
Item number 3, petitions. Petition by WOPA on escalating cases of maternal mortality.
Honorable members, matters of maternal mortality have been discussed in this house extensively. Who is a mother, a doctor, a very long-serving doctor. As of today, the maternal mortality rate in Uganda is reported at 336 maternal deaths per 100,000 lives. The situation seems not to be very good, but it has improved from where it used to be. And we'll get a report from Honorable Sarah Opendi, and then we'll discuss that report for about 10 minutes after getting a response from the minister. Actually, instead of discussing the petition, we'll refer it to Health. Committee of Health.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. And Right Honorable Speaker, as you have rightly said, the maternal mortality in this country is still high, although progress has been made, because previously it was at 438 per 100,000 live births, and now it stands at 336 per 100,000 live births. And if you look at the reports, in Africa, we are doing badly, Right Honorable Speaker. I'm talking in comparison to the other countries, Uganda inclusive. So, Right Honorable Speaker, this petition has been uploaded, and therefore I'm not going to read it verbatim. I will only pick on a few issues, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we are all aware that during the COVID-19 lockdown, we lost a number of mothers, and we still continue to lose mothers, Right Honorable Speaker, due to various reasons, and these deaths, Right Honorable Speaker, can be avoided. We've seen incidences, Right Honorable Speaker, where health workers have been asking mothers to pay money before cesarean section, asking mothers to buy supplies, and we had an incident in Mitiana where a mother was rescued by the Right Honorable Prime Minister, who was on her other duties, because the health workers had asked, the health worker, not all, had asked for some money. Right Honorable Speaker, even though 74% of childbirths in Uganda are attended to by skilled health personnel, it is still important to give postnatal care within the 2 weeks after childbirth. Yet we know that many women die at that time, either during childbirth, sometimes before or after. The current high teenage pregnancy, Right Honorable Speaker, is another challenge that will likely contribute to the high maternal mortality if government does not intervene to ensure that the facility readiness, that there is facility readiness to deliver these young mothers with dignity and necessary supplies, including availability of the health workers. And yesterday, Right Honorable Speaker, the discussion was on the comprehensive nurses that have been phased out. Some of the districts, instead of recruiting midwives, were recruiting these comprehensive nurses, and yet they are not adequately skilled. Maternal and child health, Right Honorable Speaker, is a key indicator for measuring the development of any nation, including Uganda. The Constitution of Uganda sets out the state's duty to ensure all Ugandans enjoy access to health services and to take all practical medical services are provided to the population. However, there is no specific provision on the right to health. Uganda, Right Honorable Speaker, is a signatory to international conventions and committed to respect and ensure that the rights set forth in these various conventions for each pregnant woman or girl within their jurisdiction are respected without discrimination or any kind of neglect or abuse. Therefore, Right Honorable Speaker, we note that there is an omission to adequately provide for basic maternal health care services in public health facilities, and this violates the right to life and is inconsistent and in contravention of Article 22 of our Constitution. Right Honorable Speaker, in line with SDG 3, the Uganda Women Parliamentary Association are advocating for a reduction in maternal mortality in the country, and this is possible. Right Honorable Speaker, we have countries that have been registering 0 maternal deaths. And if you look at the African map, Tunisia. So every life matters, Right Honorable Speaker. And since government has spent a lot of resources and continues to do so to prevent death from COVID, which is commendable, we now appeal to the government. Now that COVID is below 1%, can we see the same energy and resources applied to end this maternal mortality in this country? Our prayer, Right Honorable Speaker, is that in order to meet the constitutional obligation of the state to uphold the right of women and fulfill their reproductive rights, the government should prioritize and provide sufficient resources in the national budget that we are about to pass here in 2022-2023 to address issues of maternal mortality. The government of Uganda, through the minister responsible for health, my colleague, the Honorable Jen, should ensure that all the staff who provide maternal health care services in Uganda are fully trained and all health centers are fully equipped. In order to maintain a consistent and deliberate effort to improve the status of maternal health care in Uganda, the government, through the minister responsible for health, should compile and submit to Parliament an annual audit report on the status of maternal health in Uganda at the end of each financial year. And Right Honorable Speaker, this was a decision of each financial year, we should have an audit report. However, that, okay, maybe we were in COVID. That has not happened, but it should happen. Right Honorable Speaker, the government should improve access to quality care. And by quality care, Right Honorable Speaker, it's very unfortunate that this is now becoming rampant. Colleagues fundraising to construct maternity wards in government facilities. This should not happen, ladies and gentlemen. We must see government allocating money for the construction of these health center trees, not members of parliament now leading the drive to construct maternity wards at these health facilities. And the program had started, Right Honorable Speaker. We need to allocate more resources so that this program can continue of elevating health center 2s in sub-counties that do not have health center 3s. The ministry should set up a dedicated, and I mean dedicated. I know the ministry has a hotline, Honorable Minister, we appreciate. However, we need a dedicated hotline where women in labor can report all cases of corruption and negligence at a health facility. You realize, Right Honorable Speaker, that when these mothers are in labor, they don't have money. Do they report? So if this health hotline is in place, it would go a long way in helping so that once a message out, a call has come in, then immediate action can be taken to save the mother, the life of this mother. So Right Honorable Speaker, I know if we provide the necessary resources, if everybody does his or her bit, we can actually end this maternal mortality. All lives matters, and we are going to celebrate Women's Day. Some women are not with us because they lost their lives. Right Honorable Speaker, let's ensure that as we move from this Women's Day to the next, we see a complete reduction in this maternal mortality. I beg to submit on behalf of the Women Parliamentary Association, which has men as members. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you. Honorable members, when you look at the number that is being talked about, and when you look at expectant mothers who go to the hospital, and the hospital still ask them for gloves, for plasters, for cotton wool, for a delivery kit, it is a shame. Some of us are fearing to produce because of that. We should not make childbearing a burden to the population. You cannot have a state if you don't have citizens who cannot reproduce. The Bible said, go out there and reproduce. Why are you denying us to do that? Most hospitals don't have enough medical personnel. Women give birth at home. The hospitals are not equipped. The women who are pregnant end up giving birth on the way. The members of parliament have become purchasers of ambulances, building wards. Of recent, I was in Nakato's constituency building a ward. You see, I was in Muma's constituency. See that kind of thing, Honorable Minister. And I am happy the Honorable Minister is a woman. Who knows the pain of a woman getting a child? Who knows the pain of a woman giving birth? So that environment of a woman going through giving birth, the petition under Rule 30, sub-rule minister, our very good minister, a mother, to come and give, and our rules of procedure, to come and give a statement to this house in 2 weeks' time on how we should mitigate the maternal mortality rate and what planned budgetary interventions that she needs in this house. We should stop being the ones to buy ambulances, paying for women to give birth, building maternity wards. Let government do its part. So, Honorable Minister, we need that statement in 2 weeks' time on how we can mitigate that. We are doing well, but not very well. And of course, the men need to do their work. The men are there to produce. So, next.
Item number 3.2. Item number 3.2, petition by agro input dealers accredited by Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries under the Agriculture Cluster Development Project.
Honorable member of Kwania Maruzi. Honorable Akora has a petition. Please come and present. We have it in the iPads, just summarize it.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Speaker, I rise under Rule 30 of the Rules of Procedure to present the humble petition of the agro-input dealers accredited by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries under the Agriculture Culture Cluster Development Project, ACDP, to supply various agricultural products. And I present as follows. Your humble petitioners are dealers in agro-inputs who are accredited by the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries through a memorandum of understanding to supply various agricultural inputs under the Agriculture Cluster Development Project. The project is a 6-year project implemented by the Ministry of Agriculture with support from IDA of the World Bank and with the objective of raising on-farm productivity, production, and marketable volumes of selected agricultural commodities in specified agricultural clusters. The project targeted commodities are maize, rice, beans, cassava, and coffee, and was to be implemented in a phased manner and first piloted in 5 districts, each with 1 commodity. In Iganga, maize, Tungamo beans, Kalungu coffee, Amoro rice, and Nebi cassava. After a successful pilot phase, the project was rolled out to 13 districts with 5 clusters. Cluster 1, Mpiji, Masaka, Rakai, Chotera. Cluster 2, Namutumba, Ujiri, and Bugweri. Cluster 3, Gulu, Omoro, and Noya. Cluster 4, Kabale, Bushenyi, Isingiro, and Rubanda. And Cluster 5, Arua, Maracha, and Yumbe. The project, the accredited agro-input dealers were to supply specified agro-input products through the e-voucher scheme that is managed by an e-voucher management agency. E-voucher scheme was meant to enable farmers access agro-inputs, that is seeds, fertilizers, pest control chemicals, and post-harvest handling materials, where a farmer would contribute a portion of the cost of the agro-input, while government through Ministry of Agriculture provides a subsidy through the World Bank grant. The ministry would enroll farmers on the e-voucher system through structures where farmers, selected districts or clusters would be uploaded on the e-voucher system. E-voucher system process enabled farmers to deposit money on their respective e-wallets managed by the e-voucher management agency, and then would in turn make orders on the system for inputs needed to their preferred agro-input dealers in their respective sub-counties. Thereafter, transactions between the agro-input dealer and the beneficiary farmer would be concluded or settled on the e-voucher system, including the transfer of government obtain the ordered inputs. However, currently the project has been facing a number of challenges resulting from the shutdown of the e-voucher system since December 2021. And as a result, the agro-input dealers are stuck with stock worth 16.9 billion shillings imported specifically for the project. In addition, during the implementation of the e-voucher system, there have been glitches as the system would often go off, and the project's management would direct the agro-input dealers to supply the inputs manually to the beneficiary farmers. But to date, the agro-input dealers have not been paid. Further, the agro-input dealers who supplied through the e-voucher system since March 2021 have only received part payment, demanding about 21 billion. This number about 110 agro-input dealers. As a result, the agro-input dealers have adversely been affected given that the funds to support the project were predominantly acquired through bank loans on the understanding that the Minister of Agriculture would be making instant payments for every transaction. Now, therefore, by this petition, the petitioners pray that Parliament intervenes in the matter and urges the Ministry of Agriculture, Animal Industry and Fisheries to meet its obligations to pay the agro-input dealers the outstanding monies for the supplied agro-inputs to the beneficiary farmers. And as your humble petitioners, as is duty bound, will ever pray. Now here to your humble petitioners are appended their signatures. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay the humble petition of the agro-input dealers.
Thank you. Please lay the petition. And this is Minister of Agriculture.
Can I just add that yesterday my colleague Honorable Jonathan Odu presented this matter as a matter of national concern, matter of national importance.
That is the same thing, Odur.
Yes, it was raised as a matter of national importance. So
Yes. Odur, you have something to say on the same?
I just wanted to conclude
Okay.
that the agro-input dealers have been engaging with the Minister of Agriculture, especially the Permanent Secretary, but they have got no clear response as to why they have not been paid. They acted on good faith on the basis of MOUs they signed with the Minister of Agriculture and committed personal resources to importing these inputs that they can sell anywhere else because they are subsidized, but also that their monies are stuck and most of them are facing challenges with their financing. So they are humble prayer.
Thank you.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I want to thank Honorable Maxwell Akora. The petition raises partially the issue I raised yesterday, but I'm particularly concerned, Madam Speaker, on the issues and the problems that we are seeing with Ministry of Agriculture. So the procedural matter I'm raising.
He's on procedure.
Yeah.
Just give him.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
He's on procedure.
Yes. We see that the Ministry of Agriculture, Madam Speaker, is one ministry with lots of money, and most of this money is coming from the World Bank, are lying there idle. And this is a ministry that should ordinarily be promoting the people who are involved in the agricultural value chain very strongly by acting swiftly. Would it be procedurally right that this House now takes a very stronger stand to investigate the Ministry of Agriculture? Because the explanations that were given here that a PS is now more powerful than a minister cannot be acceptable to me, because the minister is the political head of the ministry. So wouldn't it be procedurally right that the minister comes here and accounts to us, and a strong committee of this House looks into matters, how much is lying idle in the ministry, and most of them are loans approved by this House. How is it performing? Because this is becoming too much, and yet farmers are suffering, the agricultural sector is going down, and some of the challenges we are having now is because the ministry is not taking the corrective steps. Madam Speaker, I beg that you guide strongly on.
Agriculture has pending obligations to meet. And the pending obligations, a petition is not for debate. A petition, no, but people are standing up to debate. The petition is not for debate. Under Rule 30, Sub-Rule 6, I am ordering the minister to come to this House and give us the status, the actions taken on the petition within 2 weeks. And remember, this is a ministry where there is under absorption of funds. And so many people are crying, the cassava cuttings from Busoga, the Ricardo, all those people are complaining. Yesterday, there was such a complaint. So we need a response from the Minister of Agriculture in 2 weeks' time on this petition. Yes. On the same? It is a petition.
I wanted.
Bring your own petition. Stop smuggling yourself in people's petitions. Next.
Item number 4, laying of papers.
Honorable members, we had asked the Minister of Local Government, our own Magezi, Honorable Magezi, to provide this house with the parish development model guidelines and the development policy model, policy. These are very key instruments in as far as the implementation of the parish development model. I wish my own little brother could first sit. These are very key instruments in as far as the implementation which has been commissioned. I wish to remind the House that various government projects that have been aimed at reducing poverty have met stillbirth because of failure to provide the policies, failure to provide the guidelines, talk about Entandikwa, talk about PAP, talk about all those ones. This time round, as we discussed the other day, we need an inclusion as members of parliament. Full inclusion, Honorable Minister, that in whatever you do, we must be included and involved. We are the representatives of the people. We represent the 40 million people outside there. I want to urge you members to look at these documents, and then we have elaborate debate or discussion on these documents. He has also requested us that he wants us to have a half-day seminar or session for all members of parliament. We will put a tent down there. We finish ourselves on parish development model. We give our ideas. We need full involvement. And we are suggesting if we can have that next Friday, and we have that debate over. So, Honorable Magezi.
I thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker.
Yes.
Honorable members.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I rise on a procedural matter. Being my first year in the House, I rise under Rule 82 of the Rules of Procedure. Right Honorable Speaker, I'm getting confused. I'm seeing, I didn't see the reason as to why we debate when we are putting on masks. The Ministry of Health told us that.
First tell us your names.
Yes?
First tell the members your names because it's your first time.
I'm Honorable Nsubuga, MP of the North Constituency.
Nsubuga is one of the youngest MPs around.
The reason as why actually I'm rising under that rule, the Honorable who is putting on a people power tie had unmasked, but that is not the concern. The concern is being that
which Honorable?
He has again masked. Maybe he has some diseases. He's there with the people power tie. Of course, you don't use the people power tie. So, Right Honorable Speaker, the procedure matter I'm raising, now that COVID is done, please, let me raise my procedure matter.
Members, wait and hear what the Honorable member is saying.
Right Honorable Speaker, now that COVID is done, as the minister told us, why don't we unmask? Because our people are asking us, they don't recognize us whenever we get a mic like this. So my humble prayer is, Let us unmask and we make sure that our people recognize us. I beg to move, Right Honorable
Members.
Speaker.
Honorable members, honorable members. Order, order. You know that is a maiden speech for Honorable Nsubuga. And I appreciate really what Honorable Nsubuga is saying, that he wants his voters to be able to see him. But it's just because of this epidemic that we cannot remove the mask. You tell those people in that good constituency that COVID is still alive. It is still existing. Let's preserve COVID-19 SOPs.
Thank you.
Let's preserve the COVID-19 SOPs. We don't want to lose our voters. But tell them that when I'm going to speak, you watch, you will see me. And I will always say, call in Nsubuga. You speak so that they know that Nsubuga is speaking.
But still, I was speaking on behalf of the other honorable. Maybe he has some diseases, Right Honorable Speaker.
No, there is no honorable who was not putting on a mask.
Thank you.
Honorable doctor, you say a word. Me, I'm not a medic. You could also say something on COVID-19. Is it true that COVID is done?
Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to appreciate Honorable Nsubuga. I know he's tired of the masks. And generally, people are tired of the masks. But like you have correctly said, COVID is still with us. It is only until the World Health Organization declares this pandemic over that we can comfortably say COVID is gone. We have not declared that, Honorable Nsubuga. Secondly, the World Health Organization was very clear. If a country can attain 70% vaccination coverage with at least 2 doses of the vaccines, then you can attempt to remove the So my appeal to you is to intensify sensitization to the communities so that more people can get vaccinated. At this point in time, we are still losing people, and every day we lose at least 1 person, which is not acceptable. And amongst us here, because we come when we are not tested in this house, so we need to be very careful. But I appreciate that everyone is tired. So let's work hard to enhance our coverage so that we move towards removing the masks. I thank you, Right Honorable.
Doctor, there was something we also seeing on social media that you're bringing a law in regard to vaccination. Is there any law that you're bringing on to the House? Mandatory vaccination.
Right Honorable Speaker, the Public Health Act Amendment Bill is before the Committee of Health.
Okay.
So they will make a report to this.
And
House.
we'll be very glad to have it.
Thank you.
We'll be glad to have it. Next, Honorable Magezi, sorry they disrupted you.
Allow me, Right Honorable Speaker, to thank you very sincerely for giving us the next Friday to interact at length with all members of Parliament on the parish development model. We'll invite all the ministers and agencies concerned so that we all come out with good up-to-date information and answer all the questions on the parish model. For now, Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to lay on table implementation guidelines for the parish development model. I beg to lay. regarding the policy of the model, Right Honorable Speaker, I beg your indulgence and the indulgence of the House to allow me Thursday next week to bring the policy document for the model. So, and also to make sure that we have copies for the members. For the guidelines, I want to confirm that we have already delivered 600 copies to the office of the clerk for the distribution of the members. I thank you and I beg for your support, the model, and I invite you on Friday, please be there so that we all share information.
There's a different view from the government.
Yes, Chief Whip.
Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, like I was consulting with you, I was of the view that the minister first brings all necessary documents, members are able to read through, then they prepare for the debate with him. Other than bringing documents, then the next day, many documents, then the next day, you find we are discussing this. So Right Honorable Speaker, I would need your guidance on that. He first brings all necessary documents. Then we can also do it on a normal session day so that it's a full session. Right Honorable Speaker, with your guidance and clearing.
I've reserved my Thursday to receive the ministerial policy statements. I want all the ministerial policy statements on Thursday 10th.
Right Honorable Speaker, we've already written to the ministers to ensure that they do comply and they are working around the clock. to have
So
the
I don't want the
consistency.
parish model to disorganize my day.
And our thinking was, Right Honorable Speaker, that maybe laying 17 ministerial policy statements wouldn't take even an hour because it's just laying.
Who tells you that?
I don't know. That's why I said thinking.
You see, people need information on parish model. People need full information on parish model. And then go through these documents and then debate. When they are training them on this, they are able to ask questions and understand. Because these are going to be the ambassadors in the constituencies. Honorable Guang is there, you're not going to go away, see you going away, but we need you in. Make sure that you monitor the government funds. Yes. Let's hear from Mukatuliki.
Right Honorable Speaker, I'm also in
We are
support-
agreeing on a census
Yes,
on which
we-
date?
actually, I'm supporting the Chief Whip that after everything is presented, we need a full debate in the House because it must go on the answered. And if we go out,
The House will be outside.
outside, most obliged. But thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
We need everybody involved. We don't want
Thank
only the 100 people. Remember the COVID regulations that we gave. In the House here, we sit only 100. So even if you're to vote, it is only 100 people to vote. But now we are saying we need it outside. We need people educated on what is happening. Yes. So which date have you suggested?
Right Honorable Speaker, that's under your discretion. We can't
I
suggest a
gave you
date
days
when you are
Friday.
there.
It is a Friday. Yes, Jonah, then Malende.
Yes, thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this House had made some pronouncements. There was a session we dedicated to this process, and we made some recommendations. So I'm seeking your guidance, whether it wouldn't be procedurally correct that you refer this 2 days or 3 days to the committee, which is relevant, to look at it and see if the input of the House that was debated here were actually captured in this policy, so that we then debate.
Do we debate it when the report is out?
Yes, within 2-3 days, I think the committee, public service and local government can look at.
Yes, Minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We have actually interacted with the committee, and even at this time, we continue to share the documents, interact with them. They are meeting various agencies. But I thought the Friday you had proposed, Right Honorable Speaker, was for equipping the members of parliament with information. And even as we go to debate, you will already be having information from the various pillars. So my proposal is on Thursday next week, we shall be able to avail every member of parliament a copy of the policy statement, a copy of the manuals, a copy of whatever document we have provided for the parish model. Now, if according to the chief whip, a day then is not adequate, my request is you give us the following week, either Tuesday or Wednesday, but you dedicate at least half a day for that process. I really think that the members of parliament need that.
And will, after getting information from you on what role we have as members of parliament, we'll again break off and go and monitor the parish model.
Thank you, Right Honorable.
We'll send the members outside there to go, so long as you're giving us the work plan, your schedule, where it's going to be in at what time. See how the implementation is being done. But you cannot go on the ground before you know how it is being done. And that's what we need the members to get from the honorable ministers. Malende.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Shamin Malende, the District Woman Representative for Kampala. In the same vein, Right Honorable Speaker, the people of Kampala feel very marginalized. The fact that the legislature sits right in the capital, but the issues that are perturbing them, I know that there is a procedure under our rules on how to catch the eye of the speaker, but I pray.
What is that
the
procedure?
Right Honorable procedure.
What is that procedure?
Right Honorable Speaker, there is a procedure, for example, under Rule 49, where you can ask any questions to the relevant minister to answer in respect to the area of jurisdiction. But also there's also a procedure where you can raise questions to the minister through writing by first notifying the speaker. So my prayer and my concern, Right Honorable Speaker, is that if possible.
Is what you're saying related to the parish model as of now?
What I'm saying, Right Honorable
And
Speaker.
if you had anything that is in regard to the people of Kampala, by the way, we are all resident in Kampala, and anything that happens to the Kampala people is our issue. So when you have anything that concerns the matters of national importance. Now, it is just a simple thing. Walk to the clerk, raise your matter of national importance. So when we read the names here, these are people who have raised matters of national importance. And that's why we give them time, priority, that raise your issue. So if you don't mind, on Wednesday, bring your matter of national importance and it will be tabled here. Responsible minister will handle it.
Much obliged, Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you.
We shall address the issues of the tax drivers, operators, hawkers, and street vendors.
Information.
Actually, the issue of the taxi drivers, the operators was supposed to be a petition. You could actually bring a petition from them, not a matter of national importance.
Much obliged.
Information.
Much obliged, Right
Thank you, Moma had
Inform-
something on parish model.
Information.
Madam Speaker, I have a concern on the parish model. We have been told there's a guideline.
Lee,
Yes, please.
you become Moma.
We have been told there's a guideline
Lee.
and policy statement.
Lee,
Yes, please.
have you become Moma today?
Yeah, thank you very much. Right Honourable Speaker.
Let Moma talk, then you will speak.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, in 2014, this Parliament, through the Committee on Agriculture, Parliament, with the farm implements, specifically seeds, in their constituencies or in our constituencies. This program has been running on very well. Right, Honorable Speaker, yesterday, as members began picking this maize seed, we were told this is the last batch we are to get. The whole program has been taken up under parish development model. Right, Honorable Speaker, I think developing people without food security will be missing a point. So I wanted us also get clearance or clarification from the minister responsible how food security again can get absorbed into parish development model, because this was and through Ministry of Agriculture. So before we begin, right, Honorable Speaker, struggling with people in the constituencies that they are demanding for maize seed and the like, could we get light still on the same?
Keep that question for that day. For Friday, Lee.
Madam Speaker, we have just been told by the minister that a guideline and a policy statement already exists to govern operations of the parish development model. And a meeting with MPs is being proposed next week. I'm just wondering at what point the views of members will become part of a document which is already been circulated. Secondly, there are critical components which should have been part of the Parish development model and they have been omitted. I wanted to understand through the minister at what point we can be able to make that input.
Honorable
Thank you.
Oguzu Lee, have you looked at the documents already? Now we are debating in speculation. Let's receive the document, see what is not there. We will raise our issues, and then this house, the honorable members, it is not our record. It is not in our record yet. Honorable Minister.
Right. This matter is of national importance. And my request is that actually we don't delay it longer. Let's meet on Friday. There are these and other questions. Consultations with members of parliament, with the public, is a continuous process. And if we are now saying, let's share the information, you know what the pillar is supposed to do, you get the manuals, then we can engage. For me, I think Chief Whip, we shouldn't delay this process.
Clarification.
We should have it on Friday and then we can.
Clarification.
And maybe honorable members, when you have questions to raise, you can also put it down in writing. We send to them early so that they put a response for us. A researched response, not just coming to say, we shall do it, we'll handle. Yes, Santa?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Right Honorable, the clarification I wanted from the Minister of Local Government is, you are aware that the government chief whip was of the view that you give us enough time. And I also support the government chief whip that the parish development model is a very, very important document on Thursday, the way you are talking about. And we have the meeting on Friday. And I want to believe that is a huge document. Do you think that time is enough for us to scan through? Procedure. And be able. So for me, I wanted to know whether it would not be good enough for you to give us the document on Wednesday so that we look at it on Wednesday, Thursday, then Friday, we are good to go. That is the clarification I wanted from you.
Honorable members, the parish development guideline booklet is in your book, in your pigeonholes. Go and pick it. The others will also come to your pigeonholes. And the Friday we are talking about is 11. Today is 3rd. Documents. I know you're not a very good reader, Santa. Yes.
Procedure. Right, Honorable Speaker. I think, Honorable Alum, we shall start on Wednesday to give out the manuals and all these documents. The purpose of Friday is to carry you through so that when you go to read this in detail, you have been, given the document and explained what is there. I thank you.
Right now, Speaker.
Now, an order on the whole. An order on the whole. We'll have a
See, there are
session, members will have a session on 11. We will have a session on 11 on the parish model. The only item on the other paper will be parish model. If you don't come, don't raise it again in the house that we're not there.
Information.
I have dedicated the whole day for you people on parish model.
Information.
If you fail in your constituencies on parish model, don't blame anybody. Don't say we're not included in whatever was taking place. Next item.
Item number 6, motion for adoption of the reports of the joint oversight committees of foreign affairs and East African community to Elegu.
The honorable members, this oversight visit was as a result of a directive of this House on the security situation on Uganda-South Sudan border. As reported on the floor of this House and in the media, many people have lost their lives in the border and property because of what was happening in the area. As the members of the East African community and the member states, they endeavored to make sure that they resolve the issue. They had a meeting. And as Parliament, we also sent the Committee of East African Affairs to the area. So could we have the presentation from the committee?
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity. Right Honorable Speaker and honorable colleagues, I'm here to present a report on the joint oversight visit by the Committee on Foreign Affairs and the Committee on East African Community Affairs to the Uganda-South Sudan border at Elegu. Before I go ahead to present the report, allow me to lay on table a copy of the report. I beg to lay. And Right Honorable
Please lay.
Speaker, I also beg to lay minutes of the proceedings for the oversight activity in Elegu, the joint activity between the Ministry of East African Community Affairs Committee and the Committee on Foreign Affairs. I beg to lay.
Please lay.
Right Honorable Speaker, I also beg to lay
Yes.
a flood mitigation plan.
There's a procedure matter.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. We are going to receive a report touching 2 ministries, and those ministries are very important. I don't see them here, but the Chief Whip is here. Wouldn't it be procedure right that you direct the Chief Whip to ensure that the 2 ministries responsible actually come to this house, so that when the report is presented and we are debating, we have somebody to answer.
I saw regional corporation around. Where is it?
Can I proceed, Right Honorable Speaker?
There's a procedure matter, Honorable, and it's a very crucial matter. We need these people to be around in the house for us to complete with this report. Can we have the ministers? In the absence of the ministers, you lay the document on table. It is captured in the Hansard, and then we debate when the ministers are here.
Thank you, Right Honorable
Yes,
Speaker, for your guidance.
Law,
Honorable Speaker, I transact very serious business. Even when I am off station, I delegate. And the business of the house cannot stall because the law is not in the house. We are lucky that so every ministry has really a sizable number. And a government does not run like a WhatsApp group.
there is an order from
Right Honorable Speaker, with due respect to my good friend, the leader of opposition, is it in order for him to impute a primary school in Uganda has 81 pupils? Is it in order?
I have known my brother, especially at this time when he's fasting, as a very decent person. And for him, I think it was a mistake. He mentioned it by mistake. The Honorable Mpuga, I know, cannot say such. Yes. The Honorable Mpuga cannot say such. It was a slip of the tongue.
Right Honorable Speaker, very good observation. And my friend was actually away WhatsApping. He never had me speak figuratively, so he missed my point.
No, but it was a slip of a tongue that it is a primary
He
school.
actually missed. I could have meant something different, probably, not in the realm of a primary school, something different.
And
But
you
the
know-
point, right Honorable
And
Speaker.
you know, when he's fasting, he never lies.
But Honorable Speaker, the point I'm making is that the government chief whip needs to do better. And that these order papers, for some good reason, we are now doing a little better on the order paper. And the ministers must find time to come and facilitate MPs to work. Otherwise, we shall have no choice but to mobilize MPs to reject your business if you're not going to be available. The rules are very clear. The first business on the order paper is government business. Look at the order paper. The lawful statement is last, not because it's less significant, but because you are prioritizing your business. Will you stop taking us for granted, Chief Whip, and be available? Or else we'll leave you to do your business alone. Yes, but I meant it. Each minister has more than one minister. Please be here and we do business, Honorable Speaker. This is all acceptable.
Honorable Government Chief Whip.
Right Honorable Speaker, I share the disappointment of colleagues not being here in time. The Honorable Minister of State for Regional Cooperation is coming back in a few minutes. He had just moved out to have something.
Was
for
in the
lunch.
canteen, eh?
He has been here. My brother Rope, this happens because you have also just entered. You have not been here. So it happens. It happens. But
So
the
can
colleague
we
is
go
back.
on with the report? Let's go on with the report and you'll get the issues and you'll respond to them.
Thank you,
But,
Right. Thank you, Right Honorable.
but this is a very serious matter. We may be blaming some people for whatever statement. Let's have ministers here. We've begged. Let's have ministers. If the people who are holding positions don't want to be ministers, they are back. Eh? So people, members, really, let's be in the house. Let's do work for our people. And when I comment here, they start saying, I am bad. I accept to be bad, but you should do your work.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for your wise guidance. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me to lay on table the flood mitigation plan for the Elegu border as conducted by the Ministry of Trade and Cooperatives, which we obtained in the course of the oversight visit. I beg to lay. Right Honorable Speaker, I seek your indulgence to present an executive summary of the report, since the report was already uploaded on our iPads.
Could I find out the Minister of Regional, the one who is coming, will he handle the security matters too?
Yeah, Right Honorable Speaker, we don't work in silos, we work as a team. So all issues, we ensure they are captured, and issues which cannot be handled right away, we ensure our other colleague gets them. So we try to work as a team, Right Honorable Speaker. Though, of course, the desired position would be that all of them should be here.
You know, our issue at the border was about the death, the loss of lives and property. And when we don't have the Minister for Security, Defense, all those ones, how do we respond to this? The Minister of Regional Affairs is basically on diplomacy.
Right Honorable Speaker, Honorable John Murimba is among the ministers who have been handling these security issues together with South Sudan. So at a bilateral level.
Honorable
So he
Murimba,
should be
is
in
that-
position to address.
Okay.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I present the executive summary of the report that I've already laid on table. Right Honorable Speaker, at the 21st sitting of the first meeting of the first session of the 11th Parliament, held on Tuesday, 31st August 2021, Honorable Gilbert Olanya, the MP Clerk South, raised an urgent question on the deteriorating security situation in South Sudan and its adverse effect on cross-border trade and border communities. The Minister of State for Foreign Affairs in charge of regional cooperation, Honorable Mulimba John, presented a statement on the situation of the Ugandan traders and truck drivers in South Sudan. Following the debate on the statement, the Right Honorable Speaker tasked the Right Honorable Prime Minister to convene an interministerial committee comprising the Ministries of Foreign Affairs, Security, Defense, and Ministry of Trade, Industry, and Cooperatives to find tangible solutions to address the security of Ugandans and strengthen the liaison between the Uganda and South Sudan. A progress report on the matter was to be presented to the House within 21 days from the sitting date. The matter of security of Uganda's border with South Sudan and across the border touches on the bilateral relations between the two countries and has a ripple effect on the EAC integration. Against this background, Right Honorable Speaker, the Committees on Foreign Affairs and East African Community Affairs undertook a joint oversight visit to the Elegu border from Thursday, 30th September 2021 to Saturday, 2nd October 2021 to assess the situation at the border, to propose solutions to Parliament on the plausible way forward. Right Honorable Speaker, I present summary of findings, observations, and recommendations. Numerous killings and harassment of traders transiting to South Sudan through Uganda have been reported along the Nimuli-Juba Road since South Sudan gained independence in 2011, the most recent one being the killings between March and August 2021. Musisi Asadu Sentongo, a truck drivers association member, reported 28 known truck drivers listed in table 1 in the full report who were killed, and 16 trucks in table 2 in the full report that were burnt along the Nimuli-Juba route. The deaths were attributed to resistance by truck drivers to pay illegal and unofficial visa fees and road tolls charged on traders, goods, and trucks by unidentified armed men on the illegal roadblocks along the route. Right Honorable Speaker, Uganda has maintained a diplomatic stance despite the continued killing and cruel treatment of Ugandans in South Sudan. Through engagements, South Sudan issued a note verbal on reference number RSS/MFA/J/BIL/8/027, dated 6 September 2021, committing to providing security and safety of lives of truck drivers along the way Juba-Nimuli Road. In a meeting held on 3rd August 2021, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the International Cooperation of South Sudan, with envoys from Uganda, agreed to ensure compensation for the lives and property lost along the Nimule-Juba highway. There have been existent and ending contestations between Uganda and South Sudan over the border stemming from, amongst other factors, poor and inconclusive border demarcation, hence contributing to the incidences of insecurity and straining bilateral relations between the two states. The local authorities reported that South Sudan forces had interfered with the delayed construction process of the Aswa hydropower plant on the Aswa River near Lamor, claiming that the river falls on the South Sudan territory. The volatile security environment in South Sudan, coupled with the porous nature of Uganda's borders, has increased Uganda's vulnerability to illegal cross-border activities and trans-border crimes, jeopardizing national and regional security efforts. The Directorate of Immigration and Citizenship Control, DICC, at the Elegu border issues passports and visas, temporary movement permits, grants work permits, and national identity cards. Travelers must report to DICC immigration officers before proceeding to the examination by the other agencies. Right Honorable Speaker, South Sudan remains a strategic trading and investment partner for Uganda, despite the volatile security situation in the country. The need to strategically manage the border post to pursue commercial and economic diplomacy is apparent. Uganda and South Sudan are bound by the Customs Union Protocol to a critical pillar and first stage of the EAC integration process. Trade and free movement of goods and people at the border were affected by the border closure / restrictions occasioned by the COVID-19 pandemic. Traders lost capital and banks sold off their collateral for failure to meet loan obligations. There were no banking services at the Elegu border or within the community. The DFCU banks singularly present at the border closed shop and left after heavy rains and floods destroyed its offices. Right Honorable Speaker, the one-stop border facility at Elegu was relatively new and in good condition under the management of the URA. However, the staff of the different government agencies stationed at the border grappled with insufficient residential accommodation. The government agencies, business community, transporters, and the district leadership at the border decried the recurrent floods that hinder the construction of the border export zone. This border export zone was to, among others, ensure Uganda's full exploitation of the market opportunities presented by the regional integration and increase exports to South Sudan. The Ministry of Trade conducted a flood mitigation study in 2019, resulting in 2 options to deal with the floods. Option 1 proposed for the construction of a reservoir whose water would in turn be used for irrigation, and this would be at a cost of Uganda shillings 198.1 billion. Option 2 of the study proposed for the diversion of the river Unyama at the cost of Uganda shillings 166 billion. Right Honorable Speaker, allow me present recommendations to specific terms of reference that we had. Right Honorable Speaker, in a summary form. TOR number 1, the security situation at the Uganda-South Sudan border in Elegu. The committees recommend as follows. 1, that the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of East African Community Affairs should intensify engagements with the government of South Sudan at both bilateral and regional level to ensure the safety and security of Ugandans operating within South Sudan. The diplomatic engagements should be continuous until the safety and security of the Ugandans are guaranteed. 2, the issuance by the government of travel advisories warnings Ugandans not to travel to South Sudan without security guarantees should be augmented by enforcement mechanisms by Ugandan security forces at the Uganda-South Sudan border to prevent Ugandans from crossing into South Sudan whenever there is insecurity in South Sudan. And 3, the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Ministry of Trade, Industry and Cooperatives should sensitize Ugandans traveling to South Sudan about the need to register their presence with the Ugandan embassy in Juba to ease tracking whenever need arises. Right Honorable Speaker, on the compensation of Ugandan traders, the committees recommend as follows, that the government of Uganda through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Uganda's embassy in Juba should establish the actual number of Ugandans who have lost their lives in South Sudan, the properties lost or destroyed, and thereafter engage the government of South Sudan on a comprehensive compensation plan for the lives and property lost and restore the confidence of the Ugandan traders doing business in South Sudan, improving bilateral relations between the 2 countries and further regional development through cross-border trade. Right Honorable Speaker, on the security situation at the Elegu border, the committees recommend as follows. 1, that the government of Uganda should expedite the completion of the joint border demarcation process with the government of South Sudan to protect Uganda's territorial integrity and mitigate the security threats posed by incursions by South Sudan armed forces into the Ugandan territory. The border demarcation exercise should be conducted jointly by the 2 countries and should be informed by the existing treaties, orders, colonial maps, and ordinances to lessen the possibility of conflict in validating boundary points. Consequently, the required funding for the conclusion of the border demarcation exercise should be availed to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs by the Ministry of Finance. Number 2, the UPDF and Uganda police should intensify patrols along the porous borders to safeguard the border and surrounding communities and increase border security training programs for its officials to boost professional capacity to secure the border. Number 3, the government through the Ministry of East African Community Affairs and Ministry of Foreign Affairs should conduct sensitization of the local leaders and the border communities on the importance of peaceful coexistence and good neighborliness, which are principles that underpin the EAC integration process. And number 4, the government of Uganda should harness its position in the EAC and Africa as a regional promoter and exporter of peace by advocating for the training and professionalization of the South Sudanese security forces through the EAC, IGAD, and African Union platforms. This will go a long way in improving the bilateral relations between the two countries and promoting regional peace and security. On TOR number 2, concerning the operational controls at the border to deter illegal entry, exit, and transborder crimes, the committees recommend as follows: that the government, through the relevant security agencies, should strengthen the security monitoring systems, especially at the porous border of Uganda and Uganda, South Sudan, to ensure effective control of the border. Right, Honorable Speaker, on TR number 3, the process for issuance of travel documents at the border, the committees recommend that government should strengthen the Directorate of Immigration and Citizenship Control, especially at the porous borders of Uganda, South Sudan, to ensure effective issuance of travel permits and enhance management of the border points. Right, Honorable Speaker, TOR number 4, concerning the overall management of the border post in pursuit of commercial and economic diplomacy, the EAC Common Market and Customs Union. The committees had the following recommendations. 1, that the Ministry of East African Community Affairs, in liaison with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, should fast track the ratification process of the amendment of Article 24(2)A of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Customs Union to operationalize the EAC Committee on Trade Remedies. This will put in place a trade dispute mechanism to handle all trade disputes that would arise between the partner states. A status report on the matter should be presented to Parliament before consideration of the ministerial policy statements for the Ministry of the EAC and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs for the financial year 2022-2023. Number 2, the Ugandan Minister of East African Community Affairs at the level of Council of Ministers should advocate for the expeditious full integration of the South Sudan to allow for the ratification of the Protocol on the Establishment of the East African Customs Union by South Sudan. This will eliminate barriers affecting trade between the two partner states. Right, Honorable Speaker, number 3, the Ugandan Minister of East African Community Affairs at the level of Council of Ministers should advocate for an amendment of the EAC Treaty to allow for the commencement of and implementation of any policy, protocol, act of community, as long as 2/3 of the partner states agree to ratify the requisite instruments thereto. This will help to cure the sabotages occasioned by non-willing partners. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the plate of traders at the border post, the committees recommend that 1, the government houses post bank in the OSBP facility, that is the one-stop border point facility, to provide banking services. Because at the entire border, right, Honorable Speaker, there is no bank, and yet URA is collecting good sums of money. So for our security, the security of our funds, we recommend that the OSBP at least houses the post bank to handle, to cure that problem. 2, government should provide incentives to attract financial institutions to set up offices at a legal border. This will bring banking services that will help provide improved trade. Right, Honorable Speaker, on our last term of reference, that is the state of infrastructure at the legal border, the committees recommended as follows: that government should liaise with the relevant local government authorities to secure land and construct quality and adequate housing facilities for its officials at the legal border. This will improve this will improve the officials' working conditions and enhance service delivery at the border post. Right, Honorable Speaker, at the time of visit, most of the officials had to commute from Gulu to Elegu. Number two, in addition, the government should provide incentives to local investors to construct quality and affordable accommodation facilities at Elegu to facilitate trade at the border. Number three, the government should deliberately enforce the Physical Planning Act 2010 as amended through the relevant government agencies to address the challenges typical of border towns. This will improve the traffic impasses occasioned by the huge numbers of trucks and also improve service delivery to enhance the trade, and these high traffic points. Right, Honorable Speaker, on the flooding at the one-stop border post, the committees recommend as follows. One, that in line with the recommendation of the mitigation plan, funding for the proposal of construction of a reservoir to a tune of Uganda shillings 198.1 billion be provided to help mitigate the floods in Elegu. Two, the Ministry of Water and Environment should take the lead and expeditiously implement the flood mitigation plan to construct the dam and reservoir on the Unyama River to mitigate the flood threat fully. The dam could be utilized for agriculture through irrigation. Upon adopting this report, Right Honorable Speaker, the ministry should initiate a roadmap demonstrating how to implement the plan and report back to the House within 6 months. In conclusion, Right Honorable Speaker, the committees are conscious of the need for government to maintain favorable bilateral relations with South Sudan as a strategic partner for Uganda. However, Right Honorable Speaker, this should not be done at the expense of the lives of Ugandans. Government should therefore take deliberate and constructive steps to ensure the security of Ugandans in South Sudan is guaranteed. At the same time, the government should prioritize the demarcation of the Ugandan-South Sudan border to mitigate the recurrence of border conflicts and strengthen bilateral relations between the two countries to foster the EAC integration agenda. Right Honorable Speaker, I beg to submit.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chair. Members, as you've noticed, we are going to be dealing with another situation of compensation again with the South Sudan. But this time it is worse than what we encountered last time, because last time it was a loss of property, but now it's unfortunate, it's about loss of lives together with property that will need appropriate compensation. I urge the government to always monitor the conditions in our neighboring countries before our citizens travel, because you need to assess the situation on the other side and you advise the citizens whether they should be able to travel or investing a lot of money in whatever they are doing. And this is basically what you're meant to do: protect the lives of the people and the property. And by protecting, you're expected to monitor as a country to ensure the safety of your own people. Can we hear from the minister before I open the debate? Minister, first give us what your findings are.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I'd like to register my appreciation to the committee for work well done and a very good report presented before this House. I want to join the chair and members of the committee in acknowledging that indeed these findings had been partially findings of the ministry. However, they have gone an extra mile to give us details which we did not know. And I also want to thank them for the recommendations which have been made. Madam Speaker, these recommendations cut across MDAs of government. They benefit Minister of Foreign Affairs, East African Affairs, Minister of Lands, Minister of Water, Minister of Energy, and Minister of Works. Will really stand to benefit from these recommendations. Madam Speaker, I recall, like the committee chair has indicated in the report, these events stemmed from September last year. And about September, I gave a report on this floor, and consequently, the committee did their work around November. And I want to put it on record that the situation that obtained then could not be the situation subsisting now. Situations in some of these countries erupt spontaneously. And government of Uganda has on many occasions responded appropriately. We indeed regret the loss of lives and property. We are, as a government, working together with the government of Sudan, South Sudan, bilaterally, and also through multilateral arrangements to ensure that peace returns to that country, because South Sudan, like the committee has ably noted, is a strategic partner. And for us to benefit from her, we need to work together to ensure peace subsists in that country, just like it's contained in our foreign policy objectives. Madam Speaker, the minister has gone ahead since those findings were made to do the following. Number one, we engaged government through the Minister of Defense and UPDF, together with the army in South Sudan, to devise mechanisms of escorting through convoy systems our trucks from Uganda along the Juba-Nimule Road. And we registered some tremendous progress. I hope and we pray that the situation continues. We also, through the Minister of East African Affairs, engaged the Republic of South Sudan, and we did a reciprocal arrangement of waiving the visa fees. The visa fees requirement is no longer applicable for our partner, or maybe our traders who go to South Sudan. Madam Speaker, the issue of border demarcation, we escalated this matter, it was debated, and the Ministry of Lands was directed at Cabinet to take on their role. The issue of border demarcation is not only along the border with the Republic of South Sudan. It is across all our borders, and the Ministry of Lands has progressed very well. What is only lacking in that respect is only resources to complete, and especially that part of the border with South Sudan. Madam Speaker, I have also engaged with the Republic of South Sudan bilaterally and also bilaterally in respect to forging peace, whereupon today, the peace agreements that have been signed in South Sudan, Uganda is one of the guarantors. We have also commenced issuance of bi-weekly advisories to our traders. Since the meeting that took place in Eregu between the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the traders, we have since established contacts, and we issued travel advisories through the leadership of the traders every week as we continue to monitor the situation. A number of meetings continue to take place, both bilateral and multilaterally. Just because of COVID, we were supposed to have hosted here IGAD to deal with the security situation in South Sudan. That could not happen. However, we're yet to get clearance from His Excellency the President about hosting IGAD, and IGAD will be basically looking at peace in the Great Lakes region, South Sudan inclusive. Madam Speaker, in respect to loss of lives and property out of information that has been gathered both by our mission in Juba and also by the committee. We commit to preparing an information paper to cabinet, and accordingly we will pray that government of Uganda works closely with government of South Sudan towards ensuring that property and lives of our traders is compensated.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister, for your statement. And how I wish whatever statements we make, we implement them, we put it in action. We don't want things just like we are doing this when it's not in actual fact. I am now opening it to a debate. I'm opening this to a debate. Akelo, Lucy.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Madam Speaker, I just rise to give information to the chairperson. And on that note, I want to thank her so much for doing a very good job. Madam Speaker, I want to, first of all, start by sending appreciation to the Committee of East Africa, which was a joint committee of East Africa and Foreign Affairs, to the two committees from Amoro District Local Government. They specifically asked me to thank you because you thoroughly involved them and they were present, they contributed, and they are very happy with you. So, Madam Chairperson, I want to thank you.
Thank you, committee.
Unlike so many committees, and the most recent one was the one of finance, and they asked me to send this displeasure.
Which one?
Finance committee was in Elegu, and they did not inform the district officials, and the RDC was very unhappy. And he asked me to specifically send this displeasure. So that is
You are choosing a chairperson of a committee who is in the house. She wants to clarify.
Okay, fine.
I know Honorable Buru as somebody who is always passionate about local governments.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to say that Honorable Lucy, as we know her, is a very truthful person. Indeed, the Committee of Finance was at Elego on Saturday. Even us were so surprised because we only didn't go to Elego, we went to Padea in Zumbo, and the local government officials were there. Then went to Katuna, local government officials were there. Then we went to Isingiro, about 2, and the local government officials were there. So we also thought that probably they didn't like our presence in Elegu. Thank you.
Madam Speaker, I am conveying the message of the RDC of Amuro, and I have done my part. Whatsoever, no, I have
Honorable
reported.
Lucy is just conveying the message.
I am conveying a message because he was.
Being a Sabbath Christo, she doesn't lie. And she doesn't lie, but maybe your own people did not see any sense of meeting finance people. The people down there, and but at least I trust my committees. I have told my committees, when you go to a constituency, go to a district, meet the local leadership. And if there was an anomaly, sorry for that.
Most obliged, Madam Speaker, I have done that part. The information I want to give is in regards to perhaps something that wasn't clearly brought out in the report, and about the market, which was actually thoroughly discussed. Madam Speaker, I also want to report to this House that on 21st of February this year, fire burnt down the whole market, a Lego market. And it wasn't good. And this is in regards to the failure to implement the building of the border market. Most of the traders who are there are actually on temporary spaces. If you will allow just a summary of what happened, about 1,858 households were affected. 896 traders were severely affected. Fishmonger stalls, 30 were completely burnt. Tailoring shops, 20 were completely burnt. The charcoal stores, 32 were completely burnt. The mobile money kiosks, 20 of them completely burnt, but they couldn't establish the amount lost. And then some shops which were inside, 92 were completely burnt. Lodging buildings, 79 completely burnt. Second-hand clothes and shoes, 148 completely burnt. Saloon and barber shops, 115 completely burnt. Fruit stores, 50 completely burnt. Chicken stalls, 20 completely burnt. Eating houses, 10 completely burnt. I am giving all these to show that actually the whole market was completely burnt. And because and we remember we discussed this when we were meeting, the only fighting vehicle at a Lego had a mechanical problem. It was not there. They had to get fire machine from Gulu. By the time they arrived, it was too late. So this is the information I wanted to give in addition to the report that the chairperson has given, and I really appreciate her for bringing out the issues, especially the one on flooding. We are about to enter into season of rain. We will still come back again and say a Lego has flooded. And we don't want this, and I beg the Honorable Minister to really work on the issue of flooding, because we are tired of bringing this every year to the House. Something has to be done. Thank you so much.
And that's why the minister was saying this involves the interministerial action, and that's why they are asking for 198 billion to build the dam and the reservoir. And as Parliament of Uganda, we should be able to act on that to have a lasting solution. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity. I also want to commend the committee and the chair for a very elaborate report. And I think the issue is very clear. Madam Speaker, allow me to support this report, specifically the three issues that are very clear about life, property, and the capital. If Honorable Minister and the entire team, just like you have highlighted, we need the proactiveness, because if the matter is like this, it would be more difficult for us. You very well know as Uganda what we are getting in Southern Sudan in terms of the bilateral or the businesses that we are having there, and the challenges we have here in Uganda when it comes to doing business. So looking at all the sectors that are involved, if we have adopted proactiveness, it would be much more easier in managing this. But Minister, I also see another issue here, especially when it comes to borders. The intergovernmental interventions, especially Uganda and the Southern Sudan, may need to come into a clear discussion, because when it comes to borders, you know what it means. It may not be just an issue of the Ministry of Lands. It may actually take a lot of time. But if there was a thorough discussion between the two governments, it would probably solve this matter with a lot of ease. Honourable Minister, lastly is about to giving us timelines. How do we handle these issues? I know you are reporting that you have handled a few issues on compensation. Is it possible for us to have a clear way out on the timelines, especially when will these people be compensated? When will they be given a helping hand from government? You know, the businesses are not moving at all. People are dying, people are moving up and down, and the committee has reported. Information from
Thank
Guzuli.
you. 2 minutes each.
Madam
Honorable
Speaker,
Minister,
he
Honorable
has given me
Minister,
information. I would like to
you
inform
will
the member.
have
on
your
follow.
time. Stop getting information.
There's a pertinent issue I would like to inform him
You
about.
will get your time.
I don't
You
know if
will
that will be
speak-
information, but
You will speak for yourself. I am not saying we have handled compensation. We have had issues of compensation in this house on South Sudan Ugandan traders. And the issues have not been completed up to date. Other people have been paid, others have not been paid. It came up in this house 2-3 weeks back. It is still an issue. And remember, most of these traders mortgaged out their properties for them to get money to do business. And that's why I was saying in my opening remark that the matter of compensation is coming back, and we cannot set the timeline now because we don't know whom to be compensated. We need to have a thorough analysis of who is going to be compensated, who has been affected, and how do we compensate. That is what is supposed to be done. Then, of course, we are going to adapt the report, and then actions must be taken. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And also thank the committee for the quite elaborate report, which clearly shows that we have a lot of multi-sectoral
Honorable
issues.
Noah, I thought I'll give the name first, then to come back that side.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I would like to request government to give a detailed position report on the general status of all border points. In Yisingiro, between Uganda and Kenya, and Tanzania, we have the same problem happening. In Karamoja, we have the same problem. And now today, we have insecurity, where we don't know where the guns are coming from. So I request government to give us a full detailed status of all border points. I submit.
Thank you, Lee. August Lee.
Madam Speaker, the information I wanted to provide was that the government has not come up with the clear procedures and guidelines on how they are managing compensation and border land disputes. We would have expected that the committee would interest herself in the border conflict between the South Sudanese and Ugandans at around Moyo, where similar fights have often broken. In West Nile, in the district of Koboko, a lot of traders from Ugandan side are often killed, others are harassed on South Sudan side, just because the government has not paid keen attention to these issues as comprehensively requested for by my colleague. So it is therefore my plea that when we decide to do compensation, we should not just target the big guys. Let those small traders whose voices have not been heard be considered. Otherwise, these resources will continue to end up in the pockets of well-to-do families, and poor people suffer the losses. Most importantly, we must demarcate our borderlines. We had similar conflicts with Congo, and when this was achieved, right now we are peacefully existing. So if we have entered into those people's land, and that's why the government is very reluctant, we should be able to make our people know to avoid them being victims. But if indeed the land belongs to us, I'm sure there are technical and scientific ways of resolving such matters, and the government must prioritize them. I thank you.
Noah. Then Obama.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and the committee for the presentation, which clearly shows a lot of multi-sectoral issues which need a lot of multi-sectoral intervention. The biggest concern that comes out of this report is on the data that has been shared about the reported deaths of truck drivers in South Sudan, and also the reported property destroyed, trucks destroyed in South Sudan. And all this information from the report shows that it has been provided by the Association of the Truck Drivers. And it raises a big question about the functionality of the Ugandan mission in Juba. We would have expected that this information would be coming out from the Ugandan mission in Juba, or from the Uganda police, or from the UPDF, through all those joint patrols and joint engagements. But the information is coming out from the Truck Drivers Association. And this is why we're having challenges of verification for compensation purposes. So I want to appeal that the Ministry of Regional Cooperation will strengthen the functionality of the Ugandan mission in Juba, so that there's a stronger presence within the border areas, so that we can be able to have more closer monitoring and better information on some of these happenings. I submit.
Thank you, Obama. Tony.
Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. I also want to join my colleagues to thank the committee for a very good report. Right Honorable Speaker, for me, I believe in calling a spade a spade. And honorable members, we need to start calling spades spades, not big spoons. When you look at South Sudan, I'm not trying to talk about the element of peace and security. When you look at South Sudan, Right Honorable Speaker, you'll find that 95% of the symptoms of a failed state are existent in South Sudan. But Right Honorable Speaker, the government knows this, but will not publicly acknowledge, because we have got people like my friend Thomas Tayewa, who are doing good business in South Sudan, and they will therefore not cause any alarm. But when actually the situation is very bad there and they know it. So, Honorable Speaker, my appeal, I can see Honorable Tayewa is shaking his head, but he knows that's the truth. My appeal is to look the king in the eye and accept that we have a problem. For me, I don't go to South Sudan, Honorable Speaker. In East Africa, I go to all other countries, but I will be the last person to go to South Sudan because of what I know happens there. But our people should be guiding the population. Instead, have decided to bury their heads in the sand and assumed a very normal situation when the situation is not normal at all. My appeal going forward, Honorable Speaker, is that the government should come out open, 1 minute, to guide the population regarding the volatile situation in South Sudan, so that when our people are going there, they go there well knowing the circumstances pertaining in that country. Otherwise, I want to thank my sister there, Honorable Noelin, for a good report. Thank you very much. I beg to stop there.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson and members of the committee for a good report. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to agree with the minister that government is doing something to ensure that there is a security
along Uganda, South Sudan border. But Right Honorable Speaker, much as the minister is saying a lot is being done, over the years, the security situation between the border of Uganda and for the traders have been appalling. The traders are killed from time to time. This therefore shows that much as some work is being done, the impact and the outcome is little. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to ask the minister and government that knowing what South Sudan is and the security situation in South Sudan and our contribution in supporting South Sudan, we should continuously keep on engaging South Sudan, and we should continuously support South Sudan so that we stabilize the region, because Right Honorable Speaker, before instability broke out in September, we were doing very good business with the South Sudan. And South Sudan is one of our markets that we should not afford to let go, knowing the challenges that we have around the world and around the region with the markets for our goods. So, Honorable Minister, all efforts, not like business as usual, but all sectors must come in to look at how best we can resolve these problems at the border so that trade between Uganda and South Sudan continue and we increase on our revenue. Right, Honorable Speaker. Right, Honorable Speaker. We had initially proposed the establishment of a market at Lego, a big market, so that sometimes our traders may not need to go up to South Sudan, but the South Sudanese would come to buy all goods from Uganda by themselves. This has taken a long time. And I think this big market should be established at this border, starting with that. And then lastly, Right Honorable Speaker, the flooding. It is now coming to 3 years when we have talked about studying, when we have thought about putting the channel and the reservoir, and any time that border of Lego will be swept from time to time and affecting our revenue. So I think government must act on this time. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Honorable members, as the minister says, South Sudan is really our cash cow, which we must protect. We must protect jealously. So we need to do whatever it takes to make sure that South Sudan. Yes.
Yes, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I also join members in thanking the chairperson of the committee, the joint committee, for doing a wonderful job. Madam Speaker, I want to start from the point of security. What the report appears to capture as border dispute, to me, is an occupation. Much as the South Sudan is a young country that is brotherly to us, and we have the responsibility to mentor them, it does not give them any right to enter Uganda and occupy. This committee went there, they could not reach the border. The members of the committee, the army of South Sudan told them, you cannot proceed beyond this point, and it is Ugandan territory, which we cannot allow such thing. I would therefore implore that government takes a decisive action. If it is because we don't have soldiers to deploy, we recall those ones we have sent abroad to go there. If it means that we don't have generals to command, we can give leave to the one sitting here.
Information, Honorable. It is not true. Our delegation was stopped from going inside to our end of our border. We went, both committees, East Africa and Foreign Affairs. It is true they tried to stop us, but we insisted and reached to where we wanted to go. So don't mislead the House.
Thank you. Actually, that confirms that they tried to stop us, meaning they were inside Uganda already. And that's the point I'm talking about. How can a foreign army be inside Uganda and try to stop you from reaching the border? He has just confirmed it, and I am really grateful that Ambassador is very honest.
Honorable, you need to look at that on what the allegation is bringing.
Yes. Secondly, Madam Speaker, the issue of compensation of traders is a very critical matter that must be observed by this House carefully. Every time an opportunity comes to compensate genuine traders, the delays are brought about by people who come along the way and also make their claims that they are traders. Traders are known. If you are crossing the border, the immigration must capture your data. Your declarations at URA is there for clarity. How come that every time we want to compensate traders or the issue comes, then so many other people come around? And the excuse from the Ministry of Trade, I wish they were here, has been that we are verifying. We are verifying 3 years along the road. We have people from my district in Lira. They are crying. They have never been compensated, yet they were very genuine traders. So this time, I think government should up its game. Let's use data that is easy to verify.
So
We
what do they use to verify on people who don't have any document?
Madam Speaker, if somebody crosses the border to go and trade and they have not passed through immigration and they have
That's
not done...
a very pertinent issue. Because really, if you're saying you're a trader, there must be a document that you have that is going to be used, that you paid taxes on this side and you're going the other side. Trader, there's a trader here.
Right, Honorable Speaker. The clarification I just wanted to make is very simple for purposes of the Hansard, to capture it well, that there was no compensation that was made or passed here. If you can remember very well, the motion that was brought here, it was Uganda lending to South Sudan money to pay traders who supplied. And then that money has to be paid back by government of South Sudan. That's a question for another day. But I just want the record has to be very clear, the answer, that no compensation was made for anyone. They only paid debts on behalf of South Sudan, and South Sudan must pay back. And what that meant, right, Honorable
Uganda entered into a memorandum of understanding between the Uganda and South Sudan to pay the traders who lost their property for and on behalf of South Sudan, and South Sudan is supposed to pay that money interest-free.
At the risk of, Madam Speaker, if I could beg your indulgence, I remember as a member of the National Economic Committee, it was for payment for supplies which were never paid for by government of South Sudan. So the part of compensation is not yet covered. But I just wanted that to be captured for Hansard purposes, that whoever is reading the Hansard in the future gets it right. Just that, right, Honorable.
Thank you, Government Chief Whip. Of course, that information is accurate, but you remember this matter was debated in this House, and even trucks were added. We even had number plates. There was a committee by this House that went and brought the report. That's how it moved from 10 and another 23 was added. Nevertheless, Uganda being a guarantor of security, as the minister said there, it is a responsibility because these traders, these Ugandan traders, are our own people, our own citizens that needs to be protected. Madam Speaker, on the issue of loss of lives, I think as a country, there is a big problem that when we lose our own people, we don't feel any pain. But when we hear that somebody has died in another country, the pain becomes unbearable for Uganda, and we want to move there and ensure that that life is secured. But our own from here, we don't care. That's why in other countries, people take Ugandans very lightly. Even outside Sudan, Ugandans are being killed. You will never hear government of Uganda coming tough and issuing and said, you must account for the people that have been killed. You try doing here, any other foreigner dying here, you will see how the pressure will pile on government will account, people are arrested, they are prosecuted. But in other countries, we just hear 8 lives have been lost, and it doesn't matter to the government. So this time, the minister, you should hold South Sudan accountable. They must compensate these people. We are not going to be picking money from Ugandans to compensate for things that we are not responsible for. They must own up. They are a government. They must own up. And if they don't own up, there are steps that government can take to bring them to order. We have seen around the world right now, just a small threat, how other countries are reacting. Just a small threat, even when nobody has been killed. How about us when we have lost somebody?
Thank you. But before we talk about compensation, let's look at our cardinal role of protecting lives and property. That is what we want. Let our people do business freely. Let our people keep alive. So let's look at that first. The officer. Yes.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I joined the honorable colleagues in applauding the report, and particularly the last portion I thought was closer to what would be fundamentally the solution to some of these problems within a common region. I had in one of the recommendations something to the effect that we move towards integration. This honorable house, this August House, how I wish we would be in unison with one voice in supporting the advocacy for the speedy integration of these African regions. Strategic security of Africa, but also particularly these regions, is about really not just taking the matter of integration as just a fashion. It's a complete imperative. So when I'm listening, I'm seeing that we are just touching symptoms. We are not touching the root problem that if we really had big chorus from an honorable house like this one, and even lobby members of the East African legislature to really begin talking passionately about the misfortune of the fragmentation of the African people. When I hear borders, the country, these are people who are once one people. If we moved decisively,
Switch on. Switch on.
they were, thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the 1 minute. What I'm saying, I'm appealing that as part of adoption of this report, let's increase our voice on what the real medicine will be to these problems of fragmented regions and therefore having these distortions and perpetual insecurity. So the recommendation is that we should strongly be increasingly urging ourselves and the governments of the region to speed up the process of integration, not only merely economic, but seriously thinking about the federation. That's what will solve these problems once and for all. This is from ideological point of view, but we need to push it and push it with the importance it deserves. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker, for the opportunity.
Thank you. The general is talking about deepening the integration and fragmenting the areas and how we wish that you could engage the security bit from the other side to stop in whatever is happening. We integrate in all sectors, including security, to ensure that we protect our people. There is a free movement of goods and life and people. Jessica Avoro, Mrs. Ochan.
Thank you so much, Right Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. I want to join others in appreciating the committee report. Right Honorable Speaker and colleagues, the peace in the region protection of our people, including their properties, cannot be overemphasized. It is our wish that our region remains peaceful. But Right Honorable Speaker, that not being the case for all, our government should do its best to ensure that our people, especially operating along the borders and the communities surrounding the borders, are safe. Right Honorable Speaker, I agree with the committee in the entirety of the report. But however, apart from the loss of lives and the commodities, people have died outside the borders because of the free movement of people with illegal guns. We lost one person in Aringapi, else one chairperson. Therefore, I'm requesting my government to ensure that acquisition of guns and free movement of people is highly regulated so that our people remain safe. To Right Honorable Speaker, my own government promised the people of Madisab region, Adjumani and Moyo, to compensate them over the lost animals in the hands of the refugees, in the hands.
Please finish.
Over 7 years, the people of Moyo and Adjumani have not been compensated. So I request that the government makes a response to these issues so that people know what is in the plan. Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker.
Jen, Nathan, Davis.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the chairperson and our committee. In the same bid, I want to thank the minister for the effort that the ministry is putting in place, but I would urge that we do a little bit more. Right Honorable Speaker, like I earlier stated, the Committee of Finance was at the Elego as well over the weekend. Right Honorable Speaker, I think this parliament should take very seriously the issue of security in Sudan that definitely affects our country, Uganda. What we found out at Elego is that about 500 trucks move to and fro in a month, and that for sure impacts enormously on our economy. And they also told us about 2,000, 3,000 people move between the two countries. Yes, it could impact negatively, like my sister Honorable Ababiko has said, but in terms of trade, to me, I look at it from a positive aspect that in terms of trade, whether these people come for leisure or for business, it still impacts positively on our economy. Therefore, we must do all what it takes to ensure that there is good relationship between the two countries. Not only that, Madam Speaker, since 2019, we are told that our revenue collection, remember, Elego is not, it is just a control border post, but our revenue collection has increased from 2.5 billion to 4 billion. Therefore, we are struggling.
Members, 2 minutes, everybody wants to speak.
Okay, thank you. We are struggling as a country to mobilize domestic revenue to fund our budget. And therefore, we cannot leave this unattended to. Our exports to Sudan has increased, the value has increased from 2.5 billion to 3.5 billion. I therefore want to thank the committee and urge this parliament that we do what it takes to build a better relationship with Southern Sudan. I thank you.
Thank you, Davis. Nathan, then Davis. Davis, you can first sit there as a minister.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is to add my voice to others, thank the committee. I can say, Right Honorable Speaker, that Uganda has been very hospitable all over African region, but we are not being received in the same manner. Sudan has come very far with us, We have done a lot, but for them, they are not as friendly as we are. They enter Uganda, it's them. But Ugandans are suffering. I have been a chairperson of bus owners in Uganda. They no longer want even our buses. They want to buy their own buses so they can operate on the route. Yet we are supposed to, because ours should be their market. We have done a lot. We have sacrificed a lot for this Sudan. But I could tell you, Honorable Masco General, we still have a lot to do. We cannot run away out of that relationship, but after all, why should we even be paying for them? Because we're also talking with the debt, they should be paying for their money. But Uganda has been so hospitable. We pay for Burundi in East African friendship. There is an abuse of hospitality in this particular relationship. But we appeal that we should engage in serious engagements to ensure but we are not getting the same thing in equal portions. So I appeal to the committee and the minister, I'm happy the minister is here. Take note that we need to engage them and the people should get the message that we need to work together for the sake of the region.
Mindset change on our friends. A lot of mindset change. Whereas we receive them, they should be able also to receive us the same manner. The way they want us is the same way we want them. Yes, Davis.
I thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. For record purposes, I'm by the names of Kamkama Davis, representing the people of Nyangavu. I thank the committee for the oversight role or duty that I did. But one thing I would really emphasize or advocate for is, as we all advocate for integration, let's look for a way how we can protect our businessmen who are in Southern Sudan. I would really pray for to the government to make at least a memorandum of understanding to our businessmen making business in Southern Sudan. Because as we all understand, all our produce is being disposed in Southern Sudan. All our goods here in Chikubo, I have some shops in Chikubo here. All my customers are from Southern Sudan. Just the way they bring income here, by paying taxes, I'd really advocate for the government to join hand with Southern Sudan, like government of Uganda, joining hand with the government of Southern Sudan, making a memorandum of understanding, so that at least we strengthen the security for the betterness and development of our country. Another thing, we've kept a close eye as government or as security on the porous borders. Porous borders, they're borders.
There's a clarification.
Madam Speaker, not to disrupt my colleague, I've had friends mention Southern Sudan. It is South Sudan, and we shouldn't continue making this mistake. It's South
These
Sudan,
are two different
not Southern
regions.
Sudan. Thank you.
These are two different regions. There's South Sudan and then there's Sudan. Switch on.
We've kept a close eye on the porous borders. I would really pray for the government to keep an eye on the porous borders, because those are the borders that bring in criminals in various borders. We tend to mind about the main borders, leaving alone these porous borders. So I would really advocate or pray for the security officials to always put an eye on those porous borders. I beg to submit. Thank you.
Mrs. Ochan.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, at one time, we had a debate here, and it was about loss of our people in South Sudan. You know, we have never had them debate the loss of their people here. It is usually the loss of our people in South Sudan. And bringing it even nearer to me, my second born was very friendly. He had a friend, and I would call all of them my sons. And his friend went to South Sudan and was killed. The body was never recovered. If we have to be friends, at least it should not just be at the expense of Ugandans. We take care of them so well here. We make sure that they are, and you know, some of them are very wild. If any of them should get hurt here.
For my love, I want just a clarification. Are you saying we should be able to debate about the Sudanese who also get involved or who died the other side? Do we have the locus to discuss about that? Do we know how many there are? Because here we are talking about our people. We cannot talk about their people. We do not have the locus to do that.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. Mine is just a complaint that when our people get lost or when our people get killed, that side, we should all feel hurt. And yet, when their people come this side, their people are not killed by Ugandans? No. They kill our people, and then we just close our eyes. So it is about lives, about trade, let us leave it first. But about lives, it is important that we take care of our people. And our people's life should hurt us very, very much when they just die in unclear circumstances. So this is to say, we have protocols like under ICGLR. ICGLR, I think we have some protocols. Maybe, is it Ministry of Foreign Affairs will clarify to us, can we not use such protocols to protect our people? We need our people protected. Yes, we need trade. We want markets for our produce, but it should be on a very fair ground, not on the ground that then our people go there and we lose our people. Second.
Switch on.
Right Honorable Speaker, this is an issue passionate to all of us, but me, from where I stand, I am not condoning breakdown and criminality in our region. But I want to inform Honorable Guru that in the 70s and part of the 80s, our people got shelter in that part of the world because of the confusion which was here. It's not true that they have always been in that state. There is when the whole district of the whole into refugeehood, and those people looked after us. So it's not really true. Factually, these regions, these turmoils can only be settled if we begin to decolonize our minds and know that these borders, which we are calling porous, are colonial borders. The solution is for us to start rebelling against these borders.
Thank you.
And one thing we may need to understand, is it a legalized activity? Members, you need to understand, is it something that has been legalized by the country, or it is the criminals, those thieves, like what Honorable Mapendus was saying, how people are beating people, stealing, and that. It may be the criminals that need to be worked on. It's not something that has been legalized by the country and say, yes, Government Chief Whip.
Thank you. Information.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, I never wanted to tackle on this issue because Ahmad already tackled me. But it's indeed true, from 2007, I've been a trader in those countries. Right Honorable Speaker, and once you were also a trader there, I don't know whether you're still there. So you might find many of us. I know very many.
Who is that who has been a trader?
Now,
At least I know one trader in this house, who is Honorable Taiwa.
the colleagues, also the Right Honorable Speaker sometime back was trading there. Right Honorable Speaker, just on a right note. Now, colleagues, if you have gone and traded in South Sudan, because I remember there is a time, personally, I came from Wau in a plane, a cargo plane, where we are seated on a coffin that had a border that had lasted around 7 days. But that's the only way, that's the price of getting money. That was the only price of getting money. Right Honorable Speaker, even if you told the Ugandans here that if you cross that border, you will die, being the profit you make in that country will compensate the risk you face. And allow me, Honorable, allow me to give you these facts. If you could allow me, I first give you these facts.
Honorable Government Chief
Now,
Whip, what Oduru wants to ask you is, were you trading on bodies?
Yes.
Madam Speaker, you know, issues of human trafficking in organs, people are killing others, they're transporting the body. So you should be on record what you are really doing.
No,
with
Right
the
Honorable
dead
Speaker, the means of transport, it is so difficult to come from like Unity State, come from Wau, coming to Juba. Once you get an opportunity, even if you'd come in a boat, you would have to come in a boat. That's what it meant trading in South Sudan. I was finishing. So,
Okay.
Right Honorable, so I know I was just concluding this. Right Honorable, if you got a market like Konyo Konyo, which I would call like the Nakasero or Owino of South Sudan, the language is Uganda. The language is Uganda. And if you go to the boys in Konyo Konyo, you start talking about all these issues and you say, come back, they can even stone you. You get it? But the problem is that we have failed to understand the risks involved in doing business in South Sudan. You want profit tonight, yet you know there is insecurity. But also we have failed to understand that we must admit this is a country whose systems are not yet strong. It's not yet like Uganda. These are people who came from the bush, over 20 years of the bush. They have faced challenges, but there are opportunities. So me, what I would advise Ugandans is that you be cautious as a government, Honorable Minister. We continue giving security advisory, times to move, time to not to move, but also knowing which items to trade in and who to trust. The moment you just leave it like that, many people will continue getting problems. Even if you guide them not to go, they will continue going because of the profit.
Thank you. Honorable Speaker. You see, when we talk about our people dying there, it's not about just transport only. It is about people, sometimes people who have been working there who are killed. And yet here, we have not killed them. I know for us Acholis, we have Acholi of South Sudan and then Acholi of Uganda. We are just one people. And yet, it should hurt us as Ugandans very much when our people are killed that side. If there is a need for foreign ministry to guide, why not? And that is why I ask a question on ICGLR, leave alone East Africa, leave alone IGAD. Because with ICGLR, already they have protocols in place. We deserve to have explanation. If it's very risky for our people to go there, why should we allow them to go there if it is too risky? We should only allow them to go there when it is not very risky. But when again it comes to this compensation of the traders, our people have been very selfish. They only compensated those big people like the Honorable Whip with their companies. But the small ones who borrowed, some of them had to die because of the loans they took in that what? Here we said, let the compensation be fair. Not only to consider the, is it the aponye? They call them aponye or? Huh?
Honorable.
So please, South Sudan, we need to do.
Honorable, the issue of compensation, we expect a report next week in this house on people who were not compensated, the balance of the people. And to the best of my knowledge, Thomas has not been compensated also. That one, his name is still in the list. And when you look at why don't we stop people from going there? Thomas told you that he had to sit in a coffee to go there. Some of these people are not forced to go there. But what is important is for us to provide security in that area. And still, as I said, a mindset change that we need to talk to our people. That it's not about war all the time. It's not about killing. Youth.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I join my colleagues to commend a very elaborate report. Right Honorable Speaker, when your office facilitated the youth members of parliament to have a discussion in Arusha last September, I was privileged to sit with around 30 youth members of parliament from Sudan. And gathering from their communication, South Sudan, yes. There are key issues that came up when they submitted. One of them is that whereas we have South Sudanese here, challenges here, especially in accessing work permits when they come as migrant workers. Two, on their side, they raised an issue that they were not comfortable with the nature of jobs that young people from Uganda were doing in South Sudan. And for that reason, most of them were saying there needs to be an effort in the next 5 years before we see instances of xenophobia in South Sudan. Right Honorable Speaker, this House has a very great responsibility to ensure that does not happen in South Sudan. I feel it is important that as government, we devise a strategy of trading with Sudan. The Honorable Chief Whip here has been saying that when you go to a certain market, the language is Luganda. Whereas we can happily say that, we should also be able to see that there is risk with that, because some of those jobs are jobs that we would also complain. For example, if we found Chinese in our Nakasero market trading, I don't think we would feel comfortable. If we are going to allow that, then there is need to be effort through government to do much more what we can call social corporate responsibility, to make sure we are doing well and that our people can live harmoniously with our counterparts in South Sudan. Right Honorable Speaker, I also want to inform this. I received a distress call from a young man who had moved from Kabarole and was operating a forex in Juba. He said that the agency responsible for revenue just came and collected all the dollars that he had worked for a month. And he was saying he had lost over 10 million. But what mechanism did he have to seek redress? He couldn't get. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Elder. I thought there was the one Elder Baba. He's no, then it comes back.
This one is still younger.
That one is still young.
Madam Speaker, honorable members, South Sudan needs help desperately. South Sudan needs to be supported to stand on its feet. Even the people of South Sudan.
But I thought you're a member of the committee.
Yeah, I wanted to compliment what. But Lucy was a member of the committee.
Elder. You're giving information to who?
To the general.
No, 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 no. No. Let's be fair to members. If you're a member of the committee.
Thank you, Madam
Yes.
Speaker. My issues are just two. One is about the border. Madam Speaker, the border that we have issues with is not only the South Sudan border, but generally, the other day we had conflict with the Congo. The other day we had a conflict with Kenya. So I think it's very prudent, Madam Speaker, that as a country, especially through our ministers, we make clear our borders. Because even that one of Congo, people are just silent. We did not resolve it completely. Even that one of Kenya, at one time it will come up. I want to agree with the General Masco, that these borders are not necessary, but for the time being, we must work using them. We had conflict with Rwanda. So there are many issues on the borders.
But
We
I thought
encourage,
the borders are constitutional.
yes, they are constitutional.
Yes.
That's why we must work using them. Why we have issues, government must really come up and clear. Then the other issue, Madam Speaker, is about the integration. I support the general about the integration.
Whether you want it or not, the borders must be there.
Yes.
They are constitutional. It is not anything for debate. Whether we integrate, whether we are in love with whichever country, the borders must be there.
Yes.
How we manage our borders is the question.
Yes. Madam Speaker, that is the point. How we manage them. Why is it that we have conflicts? The other issue is about the integration. Madam Speaker, about the integration, it is very unfortunate that with
Nyachi.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the chair of the committee for bringing out these issues, particularly the issue of security along the borders, because as a committee, we've been receiving similar scenarios, especially with regard to the porous borders, where members from bordering South Sudan are raising concerns about the crossing of guns from South Sudan that are uncontrolled. And perhaps that could be the reason why we are having insecurity in that part of Karamoja. And when we say that we need police and the UPDF people to keep on patrolling, of course, the borders are quite wide. So for me, I think there is need to engage the sister organization of South Sudan, much as you're saying that it is disorganized. But I wanted to know from the minister whether he's private to the East African Armed Forces exercise that usually takes annually. I think it is practiced annually. And I'm sure there is one that is going to be in Uganda this year. How are they collaborating with the South Sudan Army to ensure that there is controlled flow of the ammunition from South Sudan to Uganda? Madam Speaker, we were informed that, I'm sorry, we have not been there as a committee, that the South Sudan Army and the people come and take over food forcefully across the border, and they take over much of the gardens and everything. And we are wondering why the Ugandan security forces cannot get into such a thing.
Legal.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would think that the principle of reciprocity is very important. Ugandans are very hospitable and welcoming people. South Sudan nationals have not been discriminated against and have been welcomed as business partners. It is very painful that our nationals face restrictions, loss of property, and even suffer death. When you look at the statistics we've been given,
8 lives have been lost out of 28, 8 Ugandan lives. 13 vehicles out of 16 belong to Ugandans. So I think the government should come up to very strongly protest these acts of discrimination and the serious losses. So I support the recommendations on page 9 and 10, which talk about the intensification of bilateral and regional engagements with the government of South Sudan, the issuance of travel advisories warning the Ugandans not to go to Southern Sudan without security guarantees, and also the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and that of Trade and Cooperatives sensitizing Ugandans traveling to South Sudan about the need to register their presence with the Uganda Embassy. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Faith.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. The information to...
You see, the problem with you, because some of you go out, you have tea, you have break, evening, everything, then you come back and you expect, when I don't give you time to speak, you start complaining. Faith.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. To the chairperson of the Defense Committee, I wish to inform her that the entire Karamoja border line does not have any border post. Anything can happen. That's just information for you. But on the committee that has done a good job, I commend you. Last week, I was in a Legu border with the Committee of Finance, and your findings agree with what we found out, especially on the status of the border itself. From the communication of the customs officers, they decried the flood. They are actually afraid that if it rains in a few weeks, there will be nowhere to even work. When it floods there, according to them, only the government building remains standing. The rest of the people stand up on their rooftops to wait for the flood to go. Right, Honorable Speaker, this is something that cannot wait too long. The Ministry of Agriculture has enough equipment. The Ministry of Water and Environment also has enough equipment. We could deploy these equipment to open the waterways before the next rain season. This brings us to the disaster preparedness issue in our country, especially when we know that something bad is going to happen. We should be able to prepare now that we know. From our findings in the Finance Committee visit, that border point is not something we can ignore. It is strategic for Uganda, even economically. We have few countries we are trading with, and we cannot afford to lose even one. So we must protect South Sudan. We must protect that border point with everything we can do, even security-wise. I beg to submit, Right Honorable.
Thank you, Faith. Solomon.
Right Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the committee for the report, and I have only one question to the minister. Right Honorable Speaker, the biggest challenge we are having we have a porous border. How many Ugandan traders are in South Sudan? No one may have a clear answer, but I would like the Honorable Minister to clarify. If they asked you how many traders are we having in South Sudan? Because as a government, we must account for our people that are in other countries. Whereas to go to other countries, you need a passport stamped. To go and trade in South Sudan, like the government chief whip told us, you just walk in and walk out. This is a challenge that the ministry has to handle. Actually, should have handled it yesterday, because the moment you don't have controls, the moment you cannot account for your people in the other side, then you cannot make them safe, because you don't know how many people do you need to safeguard, how many people do you need to talk for or to protect. So, Honorable Parliament and to the country, what is the plan that the ministry is having to profile traders, people who are doing trade in South
Honorable
Sudan?
members, wait and we approve this report. I know you spoke about it, just 2 minutes and we approve it.
As I conclude, the Honorable Minister, I want you to clarify what is the ministry's plan on profiling the traders in South Sudan and other Uganda, whatever kind of business in South Sudan. That is the question that I would like you to answer. I beg to submit.
Thank you, Right Honorable Speaker. I would like to commend the committee for the report. However, the report only brings out a illegal. Right Honorable Speaker, the report clearly pointed out a loss of property. But in West Nile, we lose a lot of property, not through Sudan
Honorable
border.
member, the report was for Elegu, it was not for Bukedea.
We lose a lot of property through Congo border. As you are well aware, some time back, we even lost the ambulance for a rural referral hospital.
For where?
A rural referral hospital, which is still stuck there. The borders in Arua, in West Nile, they lose quite a number of their borders through theft, and they enter Congo and South Sudan as well. But we should be looking at how do we protect these borders, the property in West Nile, going to Sudan, how do we get them back? The ministers will be able to come out clearly on the mechanisms of protecting property of people of West Nile. Two,
Protecting property of the people of Uganda and the lives of the people of Uganda.
two, the flooding in Elegu. The UPDF demonstrated that they can actually control flooding in this country. This flooding, we have been talking about it for years. Can we deploy the UPDF brigade, engineer brigade, to handle the flood in Elegu? Thank you very much.
Thank you. I am happy now you appreciate the importance of the UPDF brigade. And and we'll do that. We'll ask Charity, and you are the leader here. We'll ask if you can use the UPDF brigade to handle that issue. And you report it to us. Yes, not your organ at least. Yes.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
That is Fred Kayango.
Mukona South constituency. Honorable Speaker, I like it when we say we need South Sudan. But I think South Sudan also needs us. I think we both need each other. But we are debating.
Fred, I said we need to coexist.
Yes.
Maybe it was just English. Coexistence means we need each other.
Honorable Speaker, I'm very comfortable with the Queen's language. When we stand here, Honorable Speaker, and we say that if we open the border, and then we say, which side would you like to go to? And you say we would see so many people flocking to South Sudan. In my mother tongue, we have a saying, when you see a rat running towards fire, then you know that what is chasing it is hotter than fire. Not because the rat is enjoying the fire, but what is chasing it is hotter than fire. We shouldn't be proud of that as a country, that our nationals can run to South Sudan where they are suffering from. And then we can be proud of that as a nation. Honorable Speaker, that is not something we can be proud of. There is nothing we've not done to South Sudan. We've given them security. We've given them food. We've given them roads. We've given them power. What have we benefited, Honorable Speaker? They are so hostile, but
We cannot talk about hostility of the country for for the relations purpose. Polished in whatever you say, diplomatic, for diplomatic relations.
And Honorable Speaker,
No, you're not on microphone. Diplomatic relations demands that you hold the other one with respect. However much he has hurt you, that's why we have the ministers of foreign affairs, of international relations, to bring on board these kind of things. We should not use unparliamentary language to castigate another country. Our gone.
Right Honorable Speaker, diplomatically, I want to agree with you. South Sudan is one of us, and we've got a responsibility in helping them build their house. Once they have a good house, at any one point, we shall be visiting them, and we shall be comfortable sitting with them. Right Honorable Speaker, in this parliament, we have a forum on East African Community Affairs. That forum supports in making sure that people have a platform for discussing matters to deal with East Africa. If we want to escape all these troubles that we are seeing today, we need to make the EAC real. It should get off from the paper and become the real EAC. Our integration is what we need for us to change what is happening. We're only trying to fight the symptoms, but the real causes are down there. Right Honorable Speaker, in Uganda, we're having UPE. I'm not sure that all the partner states have UPE, because the people who are developing towards becoming thugs or whatever, violent, are people who have not gone to school, most likely. I say so because the uneducated are the most rough when they hold a gun. That one I think is very right. So, Right Honorable Speaker, we have a duty as a community to make the EAC community a real one. Uganda has done a big job in extending a road even up to DR Congo. That's the kind of thing that we must be able to do. That one will help us to do trade, and it will bring dollars from, if the Congolese have dollars, I don't know their currency, we shall benefit. Right Honorable Speaker, if we are talking about security, we cannot deal with our security without dealing with the security of South Sudan. It must be integrated. Just 1 minute. Therefore, strategic security can only be complete when South Sudan is a part of the equation, for those who have done mathematics. So you cannot eliminate them. It is not about you, the other one, but us. It is about EAC. So we must now think as East Africa. And Right Honorable Speaker, we need to replicate this forum that we have formed in the Parliament of Uganda in the EAC partner states, so that we have the platform to discuss with the rest in the parliaments, in the partner states. Thank you. Right Honorable Speaker.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. I also want to thank the committee for the great work done and the good report given to this House. Madam Speaker, I'm one of those that have taken time to work in South Sudan. Back in the days, I was working with the KPMG, and I was in charge of tax as a manager in South Sudan. And I want to report to this House that they are a necessary partner. We need them, they need us. Madam Speaker, what I also want to raise is that, yes, Honorable Ogon is saying we have a forum, but we also have a minister in charge of East African affairs. We have a minister for foreign affairs. I think it's necessary that they pick this matter up, discuss diplomatically with the necessary parties in South Sudan, because we need each other, And I believe a solution can be found. But
Thank
for
you.
the sake of development, we must work together.
Thank you, Milton. Then Elop. Is that Milton?
Yeah, thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, is the public secret on the continent. As we begin, or we continue castigating or accusing them for this and that, we shouldn't compare with the among others. So let's accept the gaps, the loopholes that are happening, and we keep guiding, advising in one way or another. Right on Speaker, in the Defense Forces, I think General Masiko ought to have mentioned this. There are fraternal arrangements that are taking place whereby they are sending their forces to Uganda for training, so that they get oriented on how best they can manage their own issues and most of the security. So I want to appeal to colleagues. Yes, there are challenges here and there that we should keep looking at, more so advising one way or another, but let's look at the benefits that go or happen by us working together with them. Right on Speaker, I want to thank you so much, but also appeal to the minister in charge of lands to come up with the concrete program of us surveying our borders. We have it once and for all, so that these clashes of border corners or border points is sorted once and for all. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. I read and followed the report of the committee. I'd like to appreciate the team for a job well done. In November last year, as part of my tour of Northern Uganda, I visited this border post, and the issues emerging from the report mirror what we actually established. And I think government needs to move in and address some of the issues. For instance, the issue of flooding came out critically from all stakeholders we met. And the question that arose as to whether government is alive to the challenges of the community. I'd like to implore the minister to consider an interministerial arrangement, because whereas the issues therein, some of them relate to trade, others relate to agriculture, others to tourism. For example, we had reports of elephants invading the communities from South Sudan, and we thought that could be easily fixed. As night falls day, there will be a flood this year, and the traders will lose. It does happen every year. So are there times when we don't have government in this country? At least for the last 30 years, we have had something akin to a government. That government must wake up and do something. That government should do something about the plight of the people in Elegu. It's a shame. I was there with a team of honorable members, and Right Honorable Speaker, a government worth the name should go and take charge of this situation. Two, I have, thank you. I have a feeling that we can do more. I was part of the Committee of Parliament that investigated the challenges of Ugandan traders in South Sudan as legal counsel for the committee. And my sense is that we can do more for our people. Right Honourable Speaker, even the money we voted for the losses occasioned to the traders in the 10th Parliament were not fully released by government. And instead of government coming here with a report, they should first make available the money that Parliament duly passed. I don't know what happened to them. So some of the follow-ups are so weak that our people are so threatened, because Ugandans are very, very innovative people. We visited communities there. You could see the creativity of our common peoples trying to eke out a living. And all they wanted is a stable state. I agree with General Masiko, fragile states are a threat to the existence of our people and their innovative culture. But before we talk about integration, each individual state must sort out its own internal contradictions. For example, if we exported our own contradiction to South Sudan, you will have an Afghanistan in the region. So we need to sort out individual state contradictions so that we can think about integration, both political and economic. But there is ones. Right, Honorable Speaker, in South Sudan, we have made the biggest state investment. But the most thriving businesses are Kenyan businesses. The Kenyans hover around watching what we are seeing. I won't be shocked if in DRC, after all the roads have been paved, you will find more Kenyan businesses thriving and Ugandans watching. Something is wrong. In finality, to make sure that our investment of time, of resources, doesn't go to waste, we need to follow up with more organized fora. The trade, the commercial attaches at the embassies need to be strengthened more than political and military operatives. We need more. Maybe we need all. But now that we have made an investment in these countries, we need to see more organized trade in these countries, Honorable Speaker, including South Sudan. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Leader of Opposition. Honorable members, I don't want us to lose the issue of compensation. Especially for those families that have lost their dear ones and have also lost properties. And you must be mindful that these people, most of them had mortgages. You cannot operate without a mortgage, especially if you're doing such lucrative business. We need to look at all those issues as government and also cater for the orphans and the widows whose husbands are the ones who have been transporting these goods, the drivers who have died on the road, and see how best we can help these people. Let's do a proper analysis of who are these people who have lost their lives, how much property has been lost, what can we do to the widows and the orphans in that area, and the Minister of Finance, Foreign Affairs, Water, all the interministerial departments, including tourism, all the responsible interministerial ministries must come together and look at this issue and handle the problem we have. When you bring up this kind of thing, corruption again comes in. Even those who are not supposed to get compensated want to be compensated. So as ministers, you need to walk the talk, have these people compensated, have these issues solved. The general was talking there, ensure that we have security to protect our people. Your role is to protect the lives of the people and the property. So make sure that even when you're in parliament here representing UPDF, you should be able to give them a feedback. This is what we need. These are the issues that we have in parliament in regards to security. Minister, do you have anything to say?
I want to thank you, and I want to thank colleagues who have expressed concerns and all the contributions that have been made. I have a few clarifications I would like to put across, however. Madam Speaker, like you have said, we enjoy very cordial and warm relations with the Republic of South Sudan. And we, as an organ of government, sometimes we need to take a little bit of care when we are talking matters relationship between states. On that account, Madam Speaker, I would like to seek your indulgence and correct the notion, the assertion as put by one of our colleagues from Hoima, could have missed the name, who said that it is a failed state in South Sudan. I would like to pray that that statement be expunged from our Hansard. Madam Speaker, diplomacy requires that we use very palatable language, and especially as an organ of government, we need to be careful sometimes when we're dealing with matters international relations. Just to give you clarification, our trade balance between government of Uganda and that of Republic of South Sudan is in our favor. And as we speak now, we reap approximately $400 million from that market. Madam Speaker, Uganda and South Sudan collaborate very well on different arenas, including cooperation at political level, cooperation at defense level, cooperation at economic and commercial level. Just on 21st of this month, 14 states convened, no, kindly, on the 21st. I hope you listen to me very carefully. I am just on the 21st of last month. 14 heads of states convened in Kinshasa under the framework arrangement of Peace, Security, Cooperation Framework, sponsored by International Committee on Great Lakes Region, South African Development Corporation, African Union, and UN. This cooperation framework was begun in 2018, and one of the governance arms was the ROM, the Regional Oversight Mechanism. In that meeting, Madam Speaker, His Excellency President Museveni was handing over the chair as one of the governance arms of the Peace, Security, and Cooperation to His Excellency President Tshisekedi. Now that shows you, and the 14 states include Republic of South Sudan. One of the objectives of this framework is to enhance cooperation in building capacities of member countries to deal with strategic security in the region. And I want to applaud members who have spoken about our partnership is very strategic, especially in the region, including Republic of South Sudan. So government of Uganda is doing all that it takes to build capacity to deal with the security threats in the Republic of South Sudan in order to maximize the benefits. However, the final shot in all this is going to be the actual federation of the East African states and a little beyond that. Madam Speaker, we are both bilaterally and multilaterally at Ministry of Foreign Affairs with government of South Sudan in dealing with most of the contradictions that have been here earlier stated. It's just not that we are seated, we're doing nothing, but we're trying, including the planned IGAD summit, which is going to happen here this month. Madam Speaker, the other issue of compensation, which has come up very severally. Yes, true that sometimes this parliament debated on the issue of compensation, and some monies were approved for compensation. But the compensation we are talking about is not all those who lost, especially those traders who lost their property. I think then we are dealing with those who had supplied government, and the government had failed to come forth in terms of making good their commitments. Later on, there was another batch where some traders had claimed and the government had okayed. Unfortunately, we had a swarm of claimants, and the government hired a company. I don't remember very well which company that was, but it was, I think, Ernst & Young, to do the verification. And during the verification exercise, most of the claimants fell short of making it to the list. So that was the contradiction which was there. I have just been discussing with my colleague, the Minister of Economic Monitoring, and we have agreed to say he should,
There's information.
okay, I'll take it.
Thank you. On the issue of who merited compensation, we seem to have dealt with that matter deeply after the presentation of our report here in the 10th Parliament. And there seemed to be consensus that those who insisted that they wanted compensation from government should be evaluated. But we had a category of honoraria, and that required a cabinet approval of people, wananchi, who were handling very humble business of $10,000 and below, whom government should have really have recognized for, to give them a startup. And we had that category. We ask of you to go and dust up that report and take it to government for a memorandum to take action from you, and we move on those citizens. Those for evaluation by Ernst & Young, we categorized. Please just move and take action. That information is there.
So can you conclude?
Thank you for that information. I think government is going to take this up, like I've directed Madam Speaker, the ministries, departments, and agencies which are concerned, we have noted, and we're going to cooperate to ensure that all the recommendations out of the findings from this report and the attendant inclusions that have been submitted by the members herein will be taken on adequately. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you so much, Honorable Minister. And we hope you're going to make a follow-up on all the recommendations on this report, plus the amendments therein. I now put a question that the report of the Committee of East African Community Affairs and Foreign Affairs on the Lego will be adopted by this House with the amendments. Those in favor say aye, the contrary nay. The ayes have it. Thank you so much. Next.
Item number 7, statement by the Leader of the Opposition on account of human rights violations in Uganda for the years 2019, 2020, and 2021.
Honorable members, this statement is coming after the walkout which was there before. And fortunately enough, when the leader of opposition was still out, we got some report, but which we referred to the committee, and we will get this report from the leader of opposition and also refer it to the same committee for us to debate the report at once. And we'll only debate this report once we have the responsible ministers. I don't want Taiwo to be answering what he doesn't know. I want the Minister of Constitutional Affairs here, Attorney General here, and the Defense, Security, Internal Affairs. All should be available, and that's when we are debating the report. So the report of leader of opposition is uploaded. Let it be captured in the Hansard and then taken to the committee. You have a word to say?
Yes, thank you, Honorable Speaker. Not so much to say. First of all, when we chose to leave the House for 2 weeks, I want to thank the presiding officer and all our members that I never had anybody mock our save for a one-off from the government chief whip, which we forgave him for caring a lot about food. That was forgivable, and we ignored that. On Tuesday, I was here, and I had very, very hearty submissions from members from across the entire House about the issue of human rights. I recollect the submissions, for example, of the Honorable Chimonges from Kweni, my sister Rose from Terego, the Honorable Maureen from Arua City. These were very, very serious submissions. Honorable Speaker, it's not about me presenting a statement here. I'm trying to invite that these statements and reports coming from the Committee of Human Rights generate a consensus of the House on how this must stop in our time when we are leaders. It's not a question of me coming here to present a report, and that does not extinguish other issues on which we put the House on notice, including probably moving a motion to have this House make a countrywide inquest into gross human rights violations in this country over the last couple of months. Actually, I do not know what's going on and what's wrong with sections of our security. Maybe they need our help. That will offer an opportunity. So, Right Honorable Speaker, I am willing to put to rest that statement and give this House time to exhaust its procedures. I am aware the Committee of Human Rights in the 10th Parliament, immediately after the last election, had its own inquest that we never debated here in the House. Probably the new committee will take interest in that matter and make an exploration of what was and what was not. So there's a lot of work to do. And I don't want the House to gloss over this, because I can assure you, comrades, it will come back to haunt all of us, which is why I have the patience to wait, observe. If anybody wants to get information from me or any members of my team, we are at the service of this House, because we are here to legislate for posterity. We're not about excitement, or we're not vindictive. We want to make sure that victims of torture, victims of abduction get justice. That's our quest, Right Honorable Speaker, and nothing more.
Thank you so much. Could you kindly lay that report on table and it's captured? You can use my copy. Lay it on table. It's captured in the Hansard.
Right Honorable Speaker, I wish to lay this report that it becomes Parliament property, including the attachments I had promised, which are part of the report, because I had the minister denying ever receiving official information. I have even information received in the office of the Minister of Internal Affairs and stamped as received, and including my mention of the records on the Hansard of people, names, telephones, and addresses of family members that have disappeared, which the minister feigned ignorance about. I wish I beg to lay right on.
Thank you so much. One thing I can assure you, the leader of opposition, issues of human rights and torture are not issues of opposition per se. They are our issues as a country. They are issues of everybody. And I will promise you justice will prevail. That one, I will give you my promise that justice will always prevail, and we'll make sure we follow it to the letter, that justice prevails. I want we adjourn the House to 9th Wednesday at 2 p.m. Have a blessed Women's Day. Be good men.